You guys are good. Say that.
It's 9:59. We still have a minute. So, and there's plenty of seats, everyone, for those of you standing in the back. We have plenty of room, so please join us. Okay, it is 10 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors. It is Tuesday, September 23rd. County Council, do we have any reportable actions out of closed session?
Madam Chair, there's no reportable action from your closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will open and close the meeting in memory of. Do any of my colleagues wish to recognize someone? Supervisor Poitras.
Yes, I'd like to recognize Dora Lakwashi. Dora lived to be 100 years old and was an outstanding member of our community. She and Bob Lakwashi, her husband, who left us in 2015, were prominent farmers and very active in the farming community. And we work closely with Dave Lakwashi, who is also a farmer, works with his family with Madera Ag and Ag Management Company. And we would just like to remember her and recognize the family at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to remember the family, the Wolf-Chardonnel family. Linda Wolf-Chardonnel passed away this last week, and she's my son's wife's grandmother, so kind of close to home there, tell relative, but really fine lady, very devout, religious woman, and they were involved in farming, and they always contributed to the VFW activities, the post 148 in Chowchilla and the VFW 9896. Her husband was a veteran of the World War II, flew in the Army Air Corps, and was very instrumental in helping win that victory in World War II. A wonderful example of a family who were patriotic, loved God and loved their country and loved their family, and had a very large family that many grandchildren, many great grandchildren. So we remember their loss today, the Wolf-Chardonnel family.
Thank you, Supervisor. We will keep them in our memories. At this time, we will have the invocation by Pastor Sammy Neely of Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, and which will be led by the Pledge of Allegiance by our retired CAO Varney. Please stand if you can.
Good morning. With heavy head bowed, let us go down in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you in the mighty name of Jesus today. Father, we come with the blessings that you have brought forth and we nourish in. Father, we ask that you bless this meeting today. Father, may we express the unity of our county. May we see the reflections of all the good people that have come out to attend this service. Father, we ask that you bless us, keep us, and guide us. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
If everyone would remain standing while the Madera County Sheriff's Office Color Guard presents the colors. Military veterans, render proper salute. Everyone else, hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, color guard. Everyone may be seated.
Thank you, Jay, and let's give it up for the Madera County Sheriff's Color Guard. Thank you for doing that. So we have a busy agenda, but I'm sure you're all here for the man of the hour, Dave Varney. But before we do that, we need to get through some of the procedural things. So we start with public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Former employee Jay Varney, current employee Alexan Balekian here to present to you just a taste of what we've been working on and off for about a year. So nearly a year ago, we began production of a documentary and commercial to put Madera County on the national stage by broadcasting our story on multiple networks and platforms. The documentary illustrates the why Madera County is the best place to live, work, and play, with an emphasis on education, tourism, industry, and of course, our core ingredient, agriculture. The company Viewpoint is the outlet we partnered with to help and disseminate this unique video that is anchored by Hollywood A-lister Dennis Quaid. After several revisions, a full day of production shoots, collecting and sifting through hours of video, I'm happy to announce we have completed this project. Today, I would like to reveal the 30-second national commercial that is scheduled to air Wednesday, October 15th, 2025 during prime time on Fox Business Network. Exact air times will be provided 24 to 48 hours in advance. The public television 5-minute version of the documentary will be distributed during October 13th across 170 stations and nationwide for 1 full year. The documentary will air inside our chambers on our October 14th meeting, and Alexan will present that to you. So without further, here's the 30-second version of the commercial. Thank you. I'm old, so it's a silent movie. Sorry.
Nestled in the heart of Central California, Madera County boasts a breathtaking landscape stretching from the majestic plains of the Sierra Nevada crest to the gateway of Yosemite. Whether you're drawn in by the world-class tourism, vibrant community spirit, or the vast business opportunities, Madera County welcomes you to become part of its story. To learn more, visit maderacounty.com.
Thank you. Next, come on up.
I'm gonna interrupt Lori before she begins to speak. I just want to introduce Lori, Lori Rose as her artist name. She's Lori Rose Harry. An emerging artist, Lori Rose lives in rural Central California, Chowchilla to be specific. We're very happy to have her there. Whose treasures are the subject of her unique approach to both whimsy and realism. She's an artist. She is married. She's a married mother of three, deeply involved in a local church and charity. She found herself with some time on her hands in 2020, and we all know why that is. And with a desire to explore a latent talent, she began to focus on her technique and presentation. Her explorations have found her in a mix of medium, graphite, charcoal, acrylic, with her current passion for watercolor realism. As her predilection for bird portraits in natural settings, she says, when people stay at home, when people stayed home and isolated, I watched the birds, and they were so free. She found her expression in their beauty and aesthetic. And so I will introduce to you Lori Rose Harry, local artist.
Lori, can you push the button for the mic, please?
Yeah, the green button.
Green button.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Thank you.
Now everyone can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to say thank you. I had applied for a project, an art project, and my art was accepted. So if you don't mind, I'll just read this because I'm a little nervous. So I'm writing this letter to express my gratitude for Madera County's support, participation, and interest in promoting the local arts community in this area. I would also like to thank the county for its sponsorship of the Eastern Madera County's Foundation Community Art Banner Project for 2025. My banner, Barnell in the Woods, was sponsored by Madera County's generous support, and I am thrilled that my artwork was chosen to be displayed at the Oakhurst Government Center. Your interest and tangible contribution to the project speaks volumes to the larger community of Madera County, that our county government believes that the arts make a difference and should be displayed, performed, and encouraged. I look forward to working with Madera County in the future to encourage the creativity and productivity of our local artists, musicians, sculptors, and photographers that live in our unique and gifted land. The artwork from the Community Art Banner Project will be auctioned off at the Art Banner auction on Saturday, November 15th, and the original artwork will be for sale to benefit the artists and the Eastern Madera County Foundation's Beautifications Committee. So I just wanted to take the time to say thank you.
Lori, thank you. And Lori's not the only artist in her family. Her husband's here today, Matt Harry, who is also one of the finest guitarists probably in our nation, one of the finest. And I could say that because I play with him regularly. We have done a lot of music together. But so we have an artist family here who, and Lori is becoming quite famous in California, all the way from Tahoe and down. Her work has been displayed in multiple settings, and she's becoming very well
Actually, I have
known.
3 pieces right here at the Circle Gallery in Madera for the Arts and Agriculture.
So we're very
show.
proud of Lori, and
Thank you.
she's doing very well. A local talent that's really come to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Tracy Kennedy, your treasure tax collector, and I wanted to let everybody know the tax bills are out. The tax bills are out. So you should have already gotten them, right? Pretty little green envelopes. I have copies of yours if you failed to get them in the mail. We sent out 62,000 tax bills for a total of $289 million. And thus far, tax bills only been out a week. We've already collected $3.5 million and we've had over 200 people walk in to pay. So, and the phones are ringing off the hook. So, and of course, there's little flyers in there. One is Easy Smart Pay. Remember that? It's easy, it's smart, it's convenient, and which allows taxpayers to pay their bill monthly. And it's free if they don't use a credit card. If they use a credit card, it's 1.99%. Anyway, that's all I had. I just wanted to know that I have your tax bills here if you needed them. And and I'll see you later. Thank you.
I think Supervisor Wampa has something. he
Oh, I'm
wants
just
to
saying I already
say.
sent a picture to Brett Fraser and complained about the number. So
Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you.
And that's right. I don't do the values. So somebody else does the values. Tall redhead.
It's so nice of you to, it's so nice of you to remind us that we pay taxes too, so.
Well, yes, you,
yeah.
that's right.
I pay a
That's
big
right.
tax bill and I'm proud to pay it because it means good things for our community.
Yes,
Pays
it does.
for our fire services, it pays for our deputy sheriffs. It's all part of
Mhm.
the
Safety.
gig. Thank
All
you.
part of our gig. Plus, don't forget, I mean, I collect for the school districts as well,
Right.
which they get about 75% of the dollar. So,
Right.
anyway, so I mean, it's definitely a public service. So,
Yes.
anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, welcome.
Good morning, board members. I'm Cynthia Wilson, and I'm an IHSS care provider here in Madera County. I currently take care of 6 clients, and I have been an IHSS provider for 16 years here in Madera. After the COVID-19 pandemic, it was apparent that in-home care and the providers providing the care were considered essential workers to keep people safe and healthy in their homes. For the first time ever in 2020, IHSS providers were recognized as essential workers. Let me tell you that again. For the first time ever in 2020, IHSS providers were recognized as essential workers. Unfortunately, this county does not believe so. It is very insulting to hear that this county values the IHSS program and knows its importance, and then turns around and offers us cents. We only make 50 cents above minimum wage with no benefits. And that's what I came to say. And all we ask is to show us respect and that you really do value the work that we do. And by giving us a livable wage. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for your comment, Cindy. Next,
Morning, Board.
good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is David Rodriguez, and I am an IHSS provider for my wife for the last 7 years. Her health, happiness is all that matters to me and our family. I, like many of the other providers, had to leave good paying jobs with benefits in order to care for my wife. I never thought I would be in this position, but here I am. And because of the love and care I provide for my wife, she is now able to receive the kidney transplant we had been praying for to extend her life with our family. I'm grateful to the IHSS in-home supportive services and the UDW family that has helped me provide the essential care for my wife in the safety and comfort of our home. I'd like to end by saying that as providers, we need to continue to fight for living wages and benefits. We are essential workers that not only save the county money, but we help save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Good morning, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Corey Croson, and I am an IHSS provider. I take care of my brother who has schizophrenia with psychotic episodes. Not easy sometimes. But I've been an IHSS provider for other clients in the community as well as my parents before they passed. And I've been a provider for 17 years. There are 3,300 IHSS providers caring for 2,600 recipients in the comfort of their homes. The decisions you make impacts over 5,000 people who live in this county. A wage increase would cost the county 16.5% while bringing in over 80% of federal and state funds to Madera County. This means that if Madera County gives IHSS providers a $1 wage increase, the county would pay about $500,000 while bringing in $2.6 million into the local economy. And that's also with them spending in the community as well, because you spend where you live. And let me repeat that. Madera County pays 16.5% of the cost to the wage increase for IHSS providers. If Madera were to give us a $1 wage increase, the county's share would be $500,000 while bringing in over 2.6 million in the state and federal dollars into our economy. That's over 400,000 return on investment. Why would the county not do it? This is a good investment with high return. We hope that you do the right thing and give us a livable wage increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Welcome, Amy.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Amy Toller with your Animal Services. I have Bree here. Oops, I also have Officer Gray. I know I've been up here a few times to talk about our microchip clinics, and we still offer free microchipping. However, I want to talk to you guys about something that's not only new for Madera County, but new for the Central Valley. There's only 2 of these in California, one in San Diego County and also in Ramon in San Diego County, and then also in Mojave Desert. What I'm here to talk to you about is a microchip scanner stations. Madera County Animal Services has been working diligently to find ways to keep lost pets out of the shelter and reunite them with their owners. We believe that a pet microchipping scanner can help us achieve this mission. Microchipping is a simple and safe way to identify pets. A microchip's sole function is to store a unique ID number that is used to retrieve a pet's parents' contact information. It's no bigger than a grain of rice and is implanted just like a vaccine. So it's quick, easy, and like I said, it's in there for good. Sorry. Most animal shelters and veterinarian hospitals have global scanners and are capable to read microchips. So with our scanner station, we will have this posted at the Madera Animal Shelter. This is our first one, so we're hoping to get this throughout Madera County. And it's something that residents can find animals after hours and not wait to have to go to a veterinarian's office during business hours or us during business hours. If you find a dog or a cat at 9 o'clock at night and you can't hold it or you want to find the owner right away, you can come to one of our stations. It's available 24 hours and it's easy. You just scan, turn it on. She didn't like
Operating.
Scan the dog and her ID number will come up. We will have information with our scanners. There'll be plaques with QR codes on how-to videos on how to use the scanner and who to call when a microchip is found. That way you can contact the owner and not have to hold the pet overnight or waiting for the shelter to open up in the morning or waiting for a veterinarian to open up in the morning. This scanner was actually put together, this thing was put together by Officer Shane Gray. He contacted me after hours one night and said, I have an idea. I saw this on YouTube and I think we can do that here. He saw it in El Paso, Texas. And since then, 2 other counties here in California have done it. He put together this box. This is weatherproof to keep our scanners protected. And we're hoping to find other locations here in Madera County, maybe firehouse stations, places that wouldn't mind us putting up a scanner. That way it's accessible to all parts of Madera County. So I want to thank also Officer Shane Gray here for coming up with this idea, putting it together and helping us reunite pets with their owners.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else with public comment? Do we have any public comment online?
None online.
At this time, I will close public comment. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. All matters listed under consent are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. I understand County Council has some items that she will be pulling.
Yes, Madam Chair, at the request of the departments, there are 4 items from your consent calendar that are being requested to come back to you at a different time. The first is 7L, as in Larry. That is a probation department item, and the other 3 are N, O and P, which are public health department items. So if those could not be included in your consideration of the consent calendar, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues wish to pull an item for discussion? Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
None online.
I move to approve exempting item 7L NOP.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have a special presentation, but before we get started, I wanted to kind of just give you the rundown of what this looks like. So we have a number of community partners and leaders here that are here to recognize our esteemed retired County Administrative Officer, Jay Varney. There'll be a host of presentations and some public comments. And then after, we will take about a 20-minute break to allow for some pictures, and there's some refreshments, I believe, out there. And so if you're here for an item on the agenda, it's going to take some time. So please bear with us. But with that, I'll have the clerk read in item 8A.
Board of Supervisors Department, presentation of a proclamation recognizing Jay Varney's retirement as a County Administrative Officer.
If we can give him a round of applause. So how does it feel to sit on that side, Jay? It's been a while, right? So we are here this morning to celebrate the spectacular career of Jay Varney, who has dedicated his life to not just public safety, but public service. I've truly enjoyed my time working with you, Jay. My personal story begins in Chowchilla, where I grew up for the first 27 years of my life, and you were the police chief and then city administrator. And while I didn't know you then the way I know you now, I always felt a sense of peace and security, and that's attributed to with you creating that in our community. So thank you for that. In my time on this board, I've appreciated the many conversations and the meetings that we've shared. I've come to enjoy your insight and your dry sense of humor. But more than that, I admire the way Jay loves and prioritizes his family, and that speaks volumes about your character. So you will be deeply missed here in our county, but I'm excited to see what the next chapter holds for you. So congratulations, Jay, on a well-deserved retirement. And thank you for everything that you've given our community. I do have a small token of appreciation. And I know that there's going to be some presentations, so we'll hold off on getting them and taking photos. But when I was thinking about what can I get someone who doesn't really need anything, I went back and I found the article from the Sierra News when you became appointed, and I printed it for you. And so hopefully you can put this somewhere. But congratulations. And with that, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for any comments. Supervisor McCauley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll be brief. I know there's a lot of folks here that have a lot of kind words to say, but I'll just start by saying I can remember exactly where I was sitting when the idea was posed to me that our next CAO should be Sheriff Varney, and the light bulb really just went on in my head. It's like, yes, the right guy, right time, which I'm kind of hesitant to say because there's some kind of implication there that the time has expired. But if I had my way, you'd still be here. But with that said, really excited for you to continue on, and I know you're going to do great things, even though you're done with county land. You're never really done, right? So I'm really hopeful maybe we'll see you out there on the boat, like we had talked about previously, out there as a reserve deputy. I'm not sure if that's in your plans, but looking forward to maybe harassing you a bit when I'm on my paddleboard and you guys are doing your thing on the boat. So just thank you so much for everything you've taught me, everything you've done for not just the county, but everybody, right? So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rogers.
I have a long history with Jay, going back to when he was police chief at the city of Chowchilla. Did an excellent job with that position, and then moved into administrating the city during a very difficult time, and helped him weather some really strenuous financial difficulties. And he brought him through that with flying colors. Then Jay used his prowess to run for Madera County Sheriff, which he led very proudly, and a lot of things were developed under his tenure and leadership. We have a new facility, sheriff's facility there, and many great programs as a result of Jay's leadership. And then he moved into being the CIO of the county. You could say that Jay has many talents, and that's not an understatement at all. I mean, he's a man of many talents, and he manages county very well. And Jay is a calm, steady rudder for the ship, and he kept us where we needed to be, both financially and in management circumstances. Always no surprises, no guessing. Jay was just steady, and thank you for that. That means a lot when you're in this position. You count on somebody doing a job well, and we never, for a moment, had to question whether something was being done right. Thank you for that, Jay. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Poitras.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Just a couple of things, and I know there's going to be a lot of repetition and so forth because of Jay's qualities are recognized by many, but I don't think anybody's going to bring this up today. And this is regarding Jay's involvement in something called Point Man Leadership Institute. And it's an organization that transforms cultures and supports inspirational, trustworthy leaders, developing them in other countries. And this is something that I don't think Jay's had a lot of time to be involved in recently, but in past years, he's actually gone around different nations to help teach and inspire and educate leaders in other countries. So that's something I don't think that many people probably know about Jay. And the other thing is something I'm going to miss is he's one of the few people that can appreciate my cultural references. I'll mention a song, I'll mention a TV show, I'll mention all these things, and most of the people around here look at me like a blank look. It's just their eyes glaze over and they say, "What are you talking about?" It's just kind of like, "Oh yeah, that's right. You're like 20 years younger than I am." But
It's more than
but
20.
with Jay, even though he's still younger than I am, but he watched TV shows and listened to music at a much younger age. So I'll mention something and he's just right there. He knows the words, he knows the lyrics, he knows the show. So with Jay gone, I'm just going to have to give you a holler. When everybody else gives me that glazed over look, you'll have to be there. So very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Wamhop.
Yeah, I just want to be brief because when I, reflect back on Jay, I think of leader. And there's lots of qualities that you can ascribe to that. But when I think of Jay, I think of a leader. And I really appreciate the time that, I've been able to get to know you. You are a person who is, I think, undoubtedly, and anyone will say this, of high moral character. And that speaks volumes. You're a really great manager. But that's, I think, the least of your qualities. When you operate throughout this office and throughout your life, I think it comes out of you that you love your family and you really prioritize the things that are important to you. And it's very well known to everyone around you what's important to you. And I think that speaks more volumes about who you are as a person. And because overall, you're just a really great person, and I'm glad I got to know you.
Thank you. Jay, would you like to come up and say a few words before we get the public comment going? We'd love that.
So we won't go through all 42 years, but about 42 years and a month ago, I started public service. I had been working a number of different jobs while I was in college, and then there was a bumper sticker in Michigan at that time. That's where Amy and I grew up. We were born and raised there. Bumper sticker that said "Last one out of Michigan, turn off the lights." So that made pre-internet job hunting a little more difficult, and I ended up seeing numerous times the ads for the Dallas Police Department. I thought, well, that looks kind of fun. That's kind of like what I did in the campgrounds last summer, only I get to carry a gun and chase people and do all those crazy things, drive fast, and not get in trouble for it. So in 1983, that's where I started my journey in Dallas. In 1993, we were starting to build a family, and most of our family still lived in Michigan. So we moved back there, and I started out all over again with the Lansing Police Department, which is a very one of those places that people only leave basically to go be chief somewhere or to become Secret Service agent, FBI agent, or something of that nature. So the kind of the funny story from there is in 1987, where I was applying for a job there. In January of 1987, Amy and I think you're pretty aware that we're people of faith, and we'd been praying that I'd get to go to the day shift by August in Dallas, because getting to the day shift in Lansing was like 12 or 13 years down the road if you went there. So been praying about it. Went to the Waiver Training Academy in Michigan, blazed through that. They had called me and said the Personnel Commission's going to vote on your position, and we'll probably be giving you a call in about 5 or 6 days. And the next day, the lieutenant from the day shift at my station in Dallas. At that time, Dallas had 6 patrol stations. They have more now, but Lieutenant Ellery was his name, and he was man. If you weren't on his shift, he did not like you. But if you were on his shift, you were golden as long as you did your job. He was a very good man to work for on his shift. But Lieutenant Ellery called me and said, "Hey, I'd like to offer you a spot on the day shift." I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "When would I start?" She said, "August 1st." So we were like, "Ooh, man, we've heard about this for 8 months. I guess when Captain Bowles calls, I'm going to have to tell him no." Now, keep in mind that no one tells him no. In fact, at that time, our neighbor that I grew up across the street from was the chief of police in Lansing. Lansing is about 100, down to about 120,000 people now. It was more like 150 then. So when Captain Bowles calls me, he says, "I'd like to offer you the spot." And of course, he calls it like 9:45 in the morning, which is like 12:45 their time. But having worked the night before, I was like, one eye open, answering the phone. So when I told him I'd have to turn him down, it was just like dead silence on the like dead. And if you knew how stern Captain Bowles looked, you could just picture the look on his face. Like, so I'm waiting and I'm waiting. He goes, "Well, you'll have to send us a letter to that effect, and it may affect your future employability here." And I'm thinking, oh, yeah. So 6 years later, I send the chief of police a letter saying, "Hey, I got this letter from Captain Bowles 6 years ago. I just want to make sure I'm still eligible to reapply because we really want to move back up there now." And Chief Bowles sent me a letter back saying, "Yes, you are," but he intentionally slow played my background, I think, because he didn't think I was serious, and I don't blame him for that. But the funniest thing happened the first year we're there. We got hired in August. We used to have a wonderful Christmas party there. It'd be like if we had all glass here and we had a Christmas party in here every year. Well, the lobby of City Hall was right across from the state capitol. They put a big Christmas tree in there, locked the doors at night. It was just police department employees because most of the police department was still in that building at that time. And Amy and I are there, and I see Chief Bowles coming across the room, and I'm getting ready to say, hey, Chief, how are you?" And before I can, he goes, honey, come here. This is that guy that turned me down 6 years ago. So anyways, my life's been full of things where God's intervened and done things, and if it weren't for that, we wouldn't have ended up out here because running an event that Bob Vernon, who used to be assistant chief of police in LA, kind of started the role that ended up with us coming here in 2004. If I, you make a lot of choices in life, and there's a lot of different things that can happen to you. I had one academy classmate who became chief of police, which always made me wonder if I should have stayed. And then I had another one who was killed in the line of duty in 1988. And we always remind ourselves that it can go either way. So we were super excited that we came out here. The 21 years plus that we've been here has really kind of flown by. One of the things I reminded myself, actually, Amy reminded me of during the campaign was, except for in the Chowchilla area, nobody really knew who I was. I mean, everybody in Chowchilla might know who you are, but nobody knows you anywhere else, which actually turned out okay. And it was been an absolute pleasure and privilege to serve the citizens of Madera County and then to be selected as the CAO and try to push forward what the board's policy and vision for the county is. And I've always gotten a lot of I don't know what to call it, satisfaction out of trying to build into people. One time Dave's son worked for me. He works up in Idaho now. Um, at one time, I think every law enforcement leader, actually even really still now, every law enforcement leader in our county, I've had some level of influence, major or minor, in their success. And I think I leave that in good hands. I think we leave the county in good hands also. Uh, when you offered me this spot, I kind of ran through the top four positions in my head. Do I get along with these people? Will they get along with me? And do they do their job? And I can still say yes in all four positions that I ran through my head on that. So thank you for this, and I'll just cut it off right there. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, as folks work their way over to the podium for public comment, we'd like to share a video that was created by our public information team, which is led by Alexan.
I was remiss, and I have to take seconds because Jay, mentioned that my son worked for Jay. That was his first job in the police force. Came straight out of Fresno City Academy and worked for Jay. And Jordan, I'm going through my three boys. Justin is now sergeant and SWAT commander in the region for Boise, Napa, Meridian area, and he's the sergeant for Meridian Police Department. Justin told me that he credits Jay with making him the man he is today. Very much looked up to you, and I totally appreciate a man that input into my son like you did. It's near and dear. Thank you, Jay.
Okay, at this time, we'll open public comment and we will begin with our Assemblywoman Esmeralda Soria. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to the chairwoman and also members of the board. I'm elated to be here this morning. I couldn't miss out on a great send away to an outstanding public servant. And so, Jay, I wanted to come and say hello and congratulate you on 44 decades, 42 years of giving to public service to communities and in particular here to the Central Valley. And so I know that being a public servant is not easy, especially nowadays, but you've done it so well. The stories that I've heard and obviously folks, the things that were shared prior to you coming and speaks volumes about your leadership. I've had an opportunity to work with you over the last 3 years since I've been the assembly representative here, and I've appreciated your leadership, your steady hand, your reminder for us to be realistic in everything that we do. I want to thank you for the remarkable work that you did also to make sure that the Madera Community Hospital opened. I know that when I came on board, that became a top priority and that we were trying to find every possible way to make that a reality. And so I know that without your leadership, this county would not have seen the Madera Community Hospital reopen its doors. And so that is a very, very important part of your legacy because a hospital provides a lifeline for families here in this community. And so I want to thank you for that. I also just want to say thank you for choosing the Central Valley and wanting to come and become a Maderan and a resident of this area. It is a very special area. And, you know, as someone that grew up, that was born and raised in the Central Valley, I wouldn't choose any other place. And so I also want to say thank you to your family because it is not easy to spend as many hours as you probably spent away from home, away from your wife and your kids, doing what you did in law enforcement and then the long hours that you worked here in the county. And so I did want to just also thank your family for allowing you to pour everything that you have poured into this community, into the people that you've come into contact with. And so just on behalf of the State Assembly, I wanted to congratulate you on a job well done here in Madera County, on a job well done here for this region and for the work that you've done to ensure that our communities are safe, that our communities have the opportunity to thrive. And you did everything possible within the roles that you had here in our region. So again, congratulations. We will miss you, but you've definitely know that you've definitely left an imprint in many people. Your leadership, obviously, for me, watching you, I think it's important for younger leaders like us to know that steady leadership is very critical, especially during tough times. You guys dealt with it here during the pandemic, during the crisis of having a hospital close and what families would do. And so you've done a great job. And so I wanted to come here personally to thank you. Thank you for the work that we did together. Congratulate you and your family. And I hope that you get more time to spend with them, to hopefully travel and actually enjoy retirement, because every time I go to a retirement party, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I see the person the next week already working somewhere else. So I hope that you really take some time off and enjoy the fruits of your labor, which are your family and and probably all your other family and friends that you've maybe missed some events on because of the work that you were committed to do here in our community. So thank you again for your leadership. We did bring a resolution on behalf of the State Senator Ana Caballero. Her staff is here, and myself, on behalf of the state legislature, wanted to recognize again 42 years of great public service, and then your leadership here in Madera County, which was exceptional. Thank you and congratulations.
Hello, good morning, board and Jay. I'm here on behalf of the Office of State Senator Ana Caballero. My name is Arturo Martinez. Jay, so I'll keep my personal comments brief, but how I'll read this resolution is I believe is crucial as your history will now be enshrined in part of California history forever. I know you were always, I appreciated you were a phone call away when we needed something, especially during the hospital times. And also when there was stuff going around the county, I was always like, hey, Jay, if you need help from the state, please let us know. And you were always communicating with us. So I really appreciate that. So I'll go ahead and read this resolution, members resolution. By the Honorable Ana M. Caballero, 14th Senatorial District, the Honorable Maria Rodriguez, 4th Senatorial District, the Honorable Esmeralda Soria, 27th Assembly District, the Honorable David J. Tanjipa, 8th Assembly District, relative to commending Jay Varney. Whereas after dedicating more than 4 decades of his life to public service, during which time he served with integrity, dedication, and distinction across multiple law enforcement and administrative leadership roles, Jay Varney is retiring as Chief Administrative Officer for the County of Madera. And it is appropriate at this time to highlight his many achievements and extend to him special public recognition and commendations for his professional and civic leadership. And whereas appointed as Madera County CAO by Madera County Board of Supervisors in June 2020, following his 6 years of honorable service as Madera County Sheriff from 2014 to 2020, Jay Varney has provided strategic direction for 25 county departments in his role as CAO, managing an annual operating budget of more than $500 million while overseeing a period of significant growth in revenue, housing, and business development across Madera County. And whereas also during his tenure as CAO, Jay Varney has guided the county through much major milestones as the completion of several capital projects, including the Madera County Justice Center, Fire Station number 3, and a cooperative grant-funded project with Norfolk Rancheria to upgrade Station number 11. And his leadership was critical in navigating the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, providing stability and direction to county staff and ensuring continuity of service amid a time of economic uncertainty. And whereas prior to his service as CAO for the county for Madera, Jay Varney built a distinguished 42-year career in law enforcement, having served in the Dallas Police Department in Texas and the Lansing Police Department in Michigan before becoming police chief and later city administrator for the city of Chowchilla in California. And holding a Bachelor of Science degree in Research Development from Michigan State University, Jay Varney also earned a Master of Science degree in Criminology from California State University, Fresno, underscoring his dedication to continuous learning and professional growth. And having a cultivated culture of respect, teamwork, and problem solving through leadership that has been marked by his ability to foster collaboration between elected officials, department heads, and the community. Jay Varney has compiled an impressive record of career and civic achievements, and he leaves behind a lasting legacy of excellence, accountability, and commitment to the people of Madera County. And therefore, it be resolved by Senators Ana M. Caballero and Marie Alvarado Gil and Assembly members Esmeralda Soria and David J. Tangipa, dedication and contributions to people throughout the state of California, and conveyed best wishes for all the richness and the rewards of an active, productive retirement, dated this 23rd day of September 2025, signed by all the Assembly members and state senators mentioned.
You have
Good
to build a
morning.
bigger wall, Jay.
Good morning, Madera County Board. I am here on behalf of Congressman Adam Gray to present a congressional record, which is a lot bigger recognition than I normally bring to these meetings. But the purpose of the congressional record serves as the official account of the proceedings and debates of the U.S. Congress. Published daily, its core purpose is to create a transparent and accessible record of legislative activity for members of Congress, government agencies, and the public. The congressional record is not just recognition by Representative Gray, but is recorded as a source of legislative history. On September 8th, Congressman Gray opened the House session in recognition of Mr. Varney's service to Madera and celebration of retirement. In short, it reads, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jay Varney, Madera County's Chief Administrator, for his service and accomplishments as he retires after 4 decades of public service. Please join me in honoring Jay Varney for his dedication, commitment, and public service for more than 42 years to the people of Madera County. The full text is available up here in front, reading the congressional record, but we just want to thank you for your service and congratulate you on a well-deserved retirement.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Emily Tim. I'm here on behalf of Assemblyman David Tongipa, and we wanted to present a certificate as well because you needed more things on your wall. And we're just very appreciative of all the work you've done for Madera County and on behalf of the California State Legislature. We just wanted to provide a certificate of recognition for all the hard work you've done over the years. So thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to repeat something that Supervisor Porter said. I'm not going to be repeating a lot of the same information that others will state in regards to Jay Varney, although one unique thing that most of you don't know is that, like most of my other law enforcement partners, Jay has a long desire and always has to become a firefighter. And so we'll recognize that. Representing the state of California, Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Jay, we certainly appreciate not just all the work that you've done for Madera County, but the friendships and partnerships you've made along the way. As a personal friend of yours, it's been a great pleasure to be with you and Amy and your family through many years. We've stood shoulder to shoulder through many different emergencies, and appreciate that both as a sheriff, as a CAO, and as a reserve sheriff deputy. So we appreciate that. Also, want to congratulate you on your retirement and the friendship that we've had for many years. Looking forward to another night out. And I'll keep it very brief at the end of that. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jay, I'll try to keep this short. I know that everybody's pretty much said it all, right? But if I may, I'm going to ask the question that I think is in everybody's mind is what next? What's next in your retirement? And if I may, I'm going to introduce to you a hobby that maybe you may consider it's both challenging and it'll drive you mad. And with that, I'd like to introduce golf. At this time of the year, it's great to play golf, especially at this time and with the weather. Now, I did also bring a 30-second commercial from the country club to see if I can entice you. Kidding aside, but anyhow, the madness in it is if you try to hit this little ball, put it in this little for hundreds of yards. I'll tell you what, it'll keep you awake at night. It'll keep you going. So if you're looking for something to do, golf is it. With that, it is an honor for me to present this congratulatory certificate on behalf of the City Council, our city staff, City Manager Arnoldo, to Jay Varney, Madera County Chief Administrative Officer. And with that, it is in honor of your retirement and recognition of your 42 years of dedicated public service, including your leadership as Chief Administrative Officer of Madera County. And again, on behalf of the entire Madera City Council, we extend our sincere gratitude for your commitment, integrity, and contributions that have made a lasting impact in our community. We congratulate you on your retirement and wish you much happiness in the years ahead. Thank you again.
For 14 years, I've been the president and CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters Central California. 14 years, Jay. We worked alongside each other. My goodness, he talked the talk, but he walked the walk. I am so honored to have you. It's bittersweet. I'm actually really sad because you're one of the finest leaders in Madera. and I love Madera. We serve 4 counties, Madera, Fresno, Kings, and Tulare. And I kid the other sheriff. I go, Jay's my favorite. Even on my phone, what does it say, Jay? My favorite sheriff, Jay Varney. And there's a photo of us. Thank you so much for everything you've done for Big Brothers Big Sister. Holiday parties, I called Jay up at JBT Food Tech. They would donate a space, 200 to 300 of our families would be there. You would come and serve the food, hang out with the kids. I appreciate you so much. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's gonna be really big shoes to fill. And Amy, you're such a sweetheart. 14 years, I got to know his beautiful wife at the Creek Fire, making 4,000 to 6,000 burritos for 29 days for the Creek Fire. And I know you stepped up and helped me gather volunteers. We had to get 200 volunteers to make 4,000 to 6,000 burrito a day, guys. That was insane back then. But again, on behalf of my board members, behalf of my staff, the children, the families that we serve, Jay, thank you for everything. I'm so bummed I didn't get to make it to your retirement. I had a friend that had cancer, so I had to be there for her treatment. But I'm glad to be here. As soon as Amy told me, I had to change my calendar. And Zenya's been with me, my sidekick, my director of programs, and Zenya's right there, so we couldn't miss it. Again, thank you so very much. We appreciate you more than you know. And I pray that we find really good leaders like you guys to really help Madera. So thank you for everything.
Diane, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Diane Paconicum.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of long.
It's okay. Thank you. Supervisor Poitras?
Chair, I'd just like to say something. Diane said that Jay, if I heard her right, was her favorite sheriff. Whoa.
Yeah.
Sheriff Pogue, are you out there anywhere? Man, you got to step it up, so that, wow.
He's amazing. He has a heart of gold. And I remember Jay. I mean,
Wow, she's not even backing off
I
of
know.
that too.
I got to step it up. It's hard.
She's doubling down. Wow.
Jay, we had the ribbon cutting for Oakhurst, and I went up on stage and did my presentation, but I was in so much pain. I needed to throw up. I had a blood clot. I didn't realize. And after I was done, I said, Jay, I think I need to go to the ER. And he's like, do you need me to escort you? But our foundation board president, Jim Briscoe, rushed me to the hospital. So even that, look at that. That's amazing. So I really appreciate him being there. They're family to me. So don't forget, we're always needing volunteers at Big Brothers Big Sister. Anybody want to step up, be a role model? You guys join us. The need is great. There's a lot of Madera children waiting for a positive role model. It breaks my heart. So we need leaders to step up. So please call us. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how you follow that one.
Good morning, members of the board and Barney family. I'm Brixton Lane from Congressman Tom McClintock's office, and it's an honor to join you here today in recognizing the outstanding career of Jay Varney, spanning more than 40 years in public service. Jay has devoted his life to protecting and strengthening communities across the nation, and nowhere is that more apparent than in Madera County. On behalf of Congressman Tom McClintock, I want to thank you, Jay, for your service, dedication, and the profound difference you have made in this community. It's my privilege to present you with a certificate of special congressional recognition in honor of your remarkable career. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Good morning. Welcome.
Morning, Chairwoman and board members. My name is Marianne McGovern. I'm Tribal Council Treasurer for North Fork Rancheria of Mono Indians of California. And we are here today to recognize Sheriff Varney, always be Sheriff Varney for us. I have to say, he paved the way for a wonderful relationship our tribe has with the Sheriff's Department. Way back when, we had a series of fires happen in our local area, and we needed to evacuate, and we needed to evacuate not just our tribal citizens, but the community. And Sheriff Varney allowed for our staff, our evacuation team, to go behind the lines and go in and get our citizens out and go door to door. So we've been recognized in that way, and that's a huge, huge thing for a tribe collaborating with a sheriff's department to have that kind of recognition and to have somebody recognize our sovereignty and allow for us to do that. And that collaboration's gone farther, becoming the administrator here. So we work together with the casino project, and he's helped that along. And thank goodness we're going to be opening here in about a year. So we appreciate what you've done for us in that too. But I also want to say that the sheriff's department can now call us because we have equipment to evacuate handicapped people, and sometimes they don't have that. So it's a two-way street on that collaboration. Jay, thank you so much for all you've done for us, and congratulations on your retirement.
Come on up, Tim.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tim Curley, and I'm with Valley Children's Healthcare. And on behalf of Valley Children's, want to thank Jay for being there for us and all the important work that we're doing, both as sheriff and as county CAO, just to really help things move forward and to make sure we can continue to do what we need to do to take care of sick kids and support not only them and their families at our facility. So we very much appreciate that. And just personally, Jay, you're an exceptional leader, and you're one of those rare leaders who is able to do so much in a way that doesn't draw a lot of attention. You're very humble, you listen really well, and you're just a very unique person. You're going to be really missed in Madera County. So congratulations on all that lies ahead of you.
Good morning. When I first met Jay, he
Right,
was.
will you state your name for the
Hold on,
record?
I'm almost there. You'll understand why I'm gonna. When I first met Jay, he was had come from two different law enforcement agencies. Had been the police chief of Chowchilla. He was then the city administrator and the chaplain. And I am Brett Frazier. I am a former city council member, a former supervisor, the current Madera County assessor, and the interim CIO. I am trying my hardest to live up to this man in everything that he does. Because when he says that he serves the community, Jay does not care what that position is. He does not care what that title is. He is there to serve the community in whatever capacity he can, and he does that in such a great way. And during some difficult times that we had in the transition from the last, I remember exactly where I was when I first heard the name Jay for that position, and it was Letty. I'm sorry, Supervisor Gonzalez. She was not a supervisor that she was elected. She came to Tom Wheeler and I. It was not a Brown Act violation because she had not yet been sworn in.
Statute of limitations is over.
Yeah, okay. But we were at the Sugar Pine Smokehouse for lunch, and she said, "What about Jay Varney for the CAO?" And it didn't take before she could. I mean, she said Jay, but the A and Y didn't even come out. I was like, "That's the right man for the job." We were at a place where public trust had been eroded, and putting you in, the person that the trust of the community was apparent from day one, took a lot of the air out of the room and allowed us to do the good work because of your trust that you had gained for all those years. People know you. People know that if you say something, it's the truth. In another difficult time, we were at this big meeting. I'm not going to say what it was for or who was there, but there was a lot of important people in this room, and things weren't being done correctly in the right way. And Jay could have come in with the full power of the sheriff's department and just said, this has to be done right now. But instead, he grabbed someone, took them out of the room, had a discussion, came back in as though they were best friends, and we finished the meeting. And he never took the time to just tear down somebody. He was there to build bridges to get the job done. Jay, I cannot thank you enough for your mentorship, for your leadership, for your friendship. Thank you so much, and congratulations on a retirement. And the good thing about golf, you can come out with me and as well, and we can wear our kilts together out there, and no one will bat an eye. It's something natural that you can do on a Tuesday in a kilt. So appreciate you. Thank you.
Welcome, Chief.
Welcome. Thank you. Gino Chomani with Madera Police Department, Police Chief. And this is right in my way. I apologize. I couldn't see the man of the hour. I concur. He is my favorite sheriff. That is Jay Varney. No, Tyson isn't here, so I don't have to hear it. You do have one of the best sheriffs, and this is 2 times in a row now because the respect that this man brought to the office, not only at Chowchilla, but at the sheriff's department, in each place he's gone, he has built that professionalism and vision and has taken it to the next level. And I have so much respect watching it from afar, but also seeing from a front row seat. And I say that because the effect he's had on law enforcement in this county is endless, because in the past we had some major divides, but he was one that was always calm, did not have the pride that got in the way, that said, I'm sheriff, I'm the leader of this county, I'm the #1 department head that matters in law enforcement. No, he came down and said, we're all one. We provide a service to this county. And he truly led the way on combining law enforcement throughout the county to make sure we're all working forward to the same charge. So thank you for that. I love to see what you did at the Sheriff's Department and Chowchilla Police Department. I have nothing but the utmost respect, and I appreciate what you've done in my life and my career. I have followed many of your principles. I would also like to add, Travis Varney is absolutely one of the best dispatchers in this entire county, and that's his son. He works for the Madera Police Department. You want to talk about a man of faith and a father who puts community service down all the way through to his children, who are all involved in law enforcement, and a wife who gives back so much to this county through the association that she runs for the Sheriff's Department. So with that, I would just like to say thank you for all you've done for this community over the last 21 years and 42 years in law enforcement. So thank you, Jay.
You're in for it now. Rebecca Martinez, County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. Again, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you have done for our county. I think you rescued us, I've said this before, during a time that it was dark, and you brought us light, especially to women and safety in the workplace and the support that we needed. I thank you. I don't have a proclamation. I don't get paid very much, but I do have something that I'm willing to part with, and that is my 50-year backpack. And I would never give it up to anybody but you, Jay. The backpack is to aid you in your retirement, getting rid of tension for pension. You like that? So everybody, I got a backpack when I got to my 50 years of service with the county. I was 5 when I started, in case you're wondering. So what I've done is I filled up this backpack with stuff to take you on that journey to surfing on your couch. I got you some smart water in the event you start losing it. I have smart popcorn in there, same thing. Your favorite candies, paydays, and Snickers, I understand. I have some energy drinks just in case you just can't get up off that couch. I also have some stress balls in there because I know how stressful it is laying around on the couch. So you're ready. I have you some toys from elections, coffee mug, a vote blanket. I have it all ready for you to take a trip, including socks that'll take you around the world while you're sitting on the couch, and some boat socks. Thank you for your service. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Now's your opportunity. Do we have any public comment online?
None online.
Okay, at this time, the board will come down and present the proclamation. We'll take a photo. I also, though, wanted to recognize some folks that helped. There's a lot of work in the background going on to get to today. So I want to thank the administrative staff. And if you could all please stand up. This is Jay's team. Please stand up. Everyone, go ahead. You have a great team. Yvette, Lizette, the clerk of the board staff, the chiefs of staff, Alex on, and we also had Amanda from IT and Alyssa and Erica from the assessor's office who helped with all of the accommodations outside. I want to thank them very much. Also want to thank the Madera County Sheriff's Honor Guard for being here this morning. And with that, we will take a photo and then we'll take a 20-minute break. Thank you. Are we on? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We will begin with 8B.
Board of Supervisors, Department District 5, discussion and consideration to approve a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Helen Coates, elder for the Southern Sierra Miwok.
And with that, I'll hand it over to Supervisor McCauley.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the board's consideration around this item. I know oftentimes we'll open and close in memory of someone that's passed away in our community, but I felt there was a need to bring a resolution before the board when I was contacted by a supervisor up in Mariposa County, Supervisor Kaiser, in regards to this issue. So, just a little bit about Helen. Obviously, it's in the resolution, but Helen was born in Yosemite Valley in 1927. She was a resident of the old Indian village within Yosemite. She was a resident of the new Indian village within Yosemite. The tragic part is that she was not a federally recognized Indian, although she was born there where her heritage was. She does not have that, did not have that recognition. And she spent her life advocating for the Southern Sierra Miwok for that recognition, which has been held up at the federal government for, I think, something like the last 50 years. So tragic that she was not able to see that come to fruition. So I, again, thought it was appropriate to bring this before the board just to call attention to this. With that, I do want to show some appreciation for Congressman McClintock, his advocacy around this issue, as well as Supervisor Kaiser up in Mariposa. This board has previously passed or issued a letter to the feds in regards to this issue. So I do appreciate the consideration there. But again, I just want to raise attention to this issue because in my eyes, it's tragic that she was born there. Those are her lands, her heritage, but she does not or did not have that recognition. So hopefully there's a lot of people out there that are continuing the fight for their recognition, and I hope that at some point in time the Southern Miwok do receive that. So thank you. With that, pass it back to the chair.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from the board? Do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
I'll close public comment and bring it back for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor McCauley.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Wamha.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item 8C.
Board of Supervisors Department presentation of a proclamation recognizing September 22 through 27, 2025 as Madera County Old Timers Week. Randy and Cheryl Berry as the King and Queen of the 2025 Old Timers Day Parade. And Chris Miller as the Grand Marshal.
Thank you. And for that, we will hand it over to Supervisor Poitras.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. And this is one of the greatest weeks in our city, in our community, Old Timers Week. It started yesterday and the festivities are still ahead of us. So that's the good news. We're looking forward to some wonderful times. What I'm going to do is to invite up some people that are very heavily involved with the Old Timers Week. First of all, I'm going to invite Mona Davey, who is the president of the Madera Downtown Association. And I'm also going to invite Jerry Desmond, as well as Raul Lozano from the Madera Evening Lions Club, as well as Randy and Cheryl Berry. So I'd like to have all of you come up. And what we're going to do is take things a little bit out of order in terms of the sequence of events. And I'm going to ask Jerry to, or maybe your designee, my classmate from Madera High School, Raul, to talk about what's happening on Friday evening. So Jerry, come on up.
Thank you for your time to allow us to get started with the what we're going to do Friday night with the Old Timers dance. And this is our fourth annual one. Hopefully we can keep it going. Um, Sorry for my dress. My wife would see me in this, doing this, but I would be in a lot of trouble. So don't take any pictures. So it's going to be Friday night at the Elks Lodge. Starts at 5 o'clock, and we're going to have a social hour, dinner, and then a live auction. And we have some really fine desserts and a couple of big items that will be kind of interesting. One is off the top of my head is 7 days and 6 nights in a home in Cayucas, not far from the ocean. So that'll be a nice one. And so we're inviting anybody that would like to come. Coordination of the king and queen and the what's the other one?
Oh, the Grand Marshal.
Grand Marshal. And I grew up with Daryl. It's kind of I haven't quite grown up yet, but that's another story. But if you know Chris Miller, if you live in Madera long enough, you bought a dime for some reason. I bought all of them there. So anyway, we'd like to have you. It's going to be a nice dinner, nice evening at the Elks, and so that's pretty much it. So,
All right.
Anyway.
Well, very good. Thank you, Jerry. And it's put on by the again, the Evening Lions Club. And yeah, hey, that's all good. And so I'd also like to present to you the king and queen of Old Timers Week, Randy and Cheryl Berry. Randy and Cheryl, would you please come on up? And this couple has just have been outstanding members of our community. I mean, it would take us as long as Jay's ceremony was to recognize them for all they've done. And I know they wouldn't like that. Randy's already said he's going to leave if I, talk beyond 1 minute. So what we'd like to do is to ask Randy and Cheryl, is there anything you'd like to say regarding your role as the king and queen of Old Timers Week, even though you're very young?
No. A man of many words.
When Nick Salinas called us, we just happened to be having breakfast together which is very unusual. And Nick kept going, "You gonna be at Old Timers Day? You gonna be this, that?" And I said, "Yes, Nick, I'm gonna be there." And he goes, "Well, I just thought I'd let you know we've nominated you as the king and queen." And he goes, "No." And I could hear Debbie Brain all of them laughing because he had us on speakerphone and I had them on speakerphone. So it was kind of interesting. But anyway, we really appreciate the recognition from the community and stuff. And I've worked with the museum for over 30 years. So I've been involved with this part of the history of Madera for many years. And so I just really appreciate the recognition and all that the community has done for us and for the museum and for the whole community. And we really appreciate it. Appreciate the honor.
Good. Well, very good. Thank you, Cheryl. Again. And so what we'd like to do is have everybody come up. We're going to take a picture here. I have a certificate to hand over, and then Mona will talk about the rest of the week. So let's have everybody come on up.
Congratulations.
Mona Davy, President of Madera Downtown Association, and I'm here to announce this week's events for the parade. Okay, it looks like we have employee lunch in the park scheduled for Friday at 11:30 a.m. at the Courthouse Park. All county employees, city employees, Superior Court employees have been invited. It'll be catered, chicken lunch. They're gonna have tug of war, a photo booth, raffle prizes. So everyone come out on Friday for employee lunch.
And we just approved an extended lunch hour on today's consent, so.
Nice, good. And Jerry just went over our old timers dinner dance, which is gonna be this Friday. And this Saturday, 94th Annual Old Timers Day Parade. 10 a.m. it starts, Yosemite Avenue, downtown Madera. It begins on Flume to G Street. Over 60 entries for bands, stagecoaches, youth groups, and more. Booths in the park afterwards, so everyone come out immediately after the parade. We have booths out there. Over 15 food truck vendors, including the famous Philly cheesesteak prepared by the Evening Lions. And a 70-year anniversary of the Historical Society open house. The museum will be open and free for tour to the public. That'll be from 11 to 2. And congratulations to Cheryl Berry and Randy, King and Queen, and also to Chris Miller for Grand Marshal. He's on vacation right now, so that's why he's not here. So thank you.
Thank you,
Hope to
Mona.
see everybody there.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, I'll
None
close
online.
public comment and we'll move on to the next item, which is item 8D.
Workforce Development Board, presentation of a proclamation recognizing September as Workforce Development Month 2025.
Okay, thank you very much. So each September, states across the country join efforts to celebrate National Workforce Development Month to raise awareness about the importance of the workforce industry and the impact of the workforce programs and the value that workforce services bring to the local economy. With that, we have where's my new, oh, there you are. My new Vang, who is the Executive Director of Madera County's Workforce Investment Corporation, I believe is the official name, or?
Yes, and the Workforce Development Board of Madera County.
There you go. If you want
Good afternoon, 12:02. So good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the board. As the Executive Director of the Workforce Development Board of Madera County, we are honored to accept this recognition on behalf of Workforce Development Month. Each year, our Workforce Development Board invests hundreds of thousands of dollars into our local economy and our community to support trainings, wraparound services, and work-based learning opportunities that save employers dollars on their hiring and upskilling efforts. But we wouldn't be able to do this work without all of your support, without Supervisor Poitras' support as a member on our Workforce Development Board, and all of the contributions and support of our workforce professionals and our partners and stakeholders. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you and also members of my board of directors from both the Workforce Development Board and the Madera County Workforce Investment Corporation that is here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any comments from the board? Supervisor Poitras.
Just like to say, I really appreciate my news leadership. She's done a great job, and as well as the team that's been assembled, and also appreciate the great leadership from our assessor, who is also the chair of the Workforce Investment Board. All right. Oh, and Debbie, well, what? I'm in trouble now. Okay.
Yes, you are.
You still have time. You can recognize her too.
Oh, Debbie Bray, yes. Well, member of the board. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Christina as
Oh,
well.
Christina.
Yes.
I didn't know I was going to name all the board members. I would,
Why don't we invite all the board members
Yes,
up to
please.
join us for a photo?
and all the assembled people who are a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Come on up. Do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
None? Okay, thank you. We are on item 8E.
Library Department presentation of a proclamation naming September 2025 as National Library Card Sign-Up Month.
Thank you. And for that, we have Krista Riggs, who is our county librarian here for a brief presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Well, of course, what a great day to be part of the agenda. So good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the board. I turned it off. Thank you for having us. National Library Card Sign-Up Month is celebrated every September in communities throughout the United States to encourage people, especially students and families, to sign up for a library card to gain access to the educational and recreational resources libraries offer. We're very grateful for the support of our county administration and our Board of Supervisors supporting our libraries. And I'm joined today by a few of our superstar team members from across the county to emphasize why public libraries and library cards are important in Madera County. And we will keep this brief, I promise.
Hi, Adela Herrera, because a library card is the most important school supply of all. With a free library card, students gain access to books, ebooks, free online tutoring, and trusted research databases for all ages.
Amanda Judd with the Chowchilla Branch Library, because access equals opportunity. Our public libraries offer free access for everyone to trusted information, public computers, Wi-Fi, laptops, hotspots, and resources that promote education, employment, health, and community engagement.
Eva Herrera, because learning to read comes before reading to learn. Today's shift, which happens around third or fourth grade, helps students become independent learners for success in school and beyond. Our libraries offer story time, play, and learn partnerships, a free online high school diploma program, computer classes, and language classes for adults, job and career resources, a library, a thing, and much, much more.
Sarah McIntyre, librarian at the Oakhurst Branch Library. Because investing in libraries is an investment in our communities. Public libraries add community value. Every $1 invested in libraries yields between a $2 and $10 return. Library users enjoy social and economic benefits of being lifelong learners. And last fiscal year, we registered nearly 4,000 new library card holders. During our summer reading program this past June, July, and August, we registered over 1,200 new borrowers. And so far, just during September, we've added over 250 new card holders. We have small incentives to encourage people to come out and get their free library card. And we want to keep the momentum going and encourage everyone to come out and get the most important school supply of all, a free library card. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, Chair, just a quick comment. I think it's no surprise to this board that we have one of the best library systems in the Central Valley, if not the state. So I really appreciate all the work that you folks are doing, and really appreciate you bringing this forward, because I think it's not enough that we know. I think everybody needs to know. So thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you. And it's because of the amazing team that we have behind me and in front of me as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
I'll close public comment and I'll invite Krista and your team up for a picture with the proclamation. Okay, that concludes all the ceremonial presentations. We will move on to the business of the county, starting with 8F.
Board of Supervisors Department, District Number 5, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution recognizing the urgent need to support in the Sierra National Forest and endorsing a letter to Forest Service Chief Tom Schultz from Supervisor Bobby McCully.
Supervisor McCully.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the board again for considering this resolution. I think it's no surprise that we have a lot of fires up in the Sierra National Forest. I think that's kind of what you get when you have 120 years of mismanagement. And so I thought it was really important to reach out to the Washington office in regards to what's going on here in the Sierra. In particular, when we see a lot of public outcry, really going after leadership within the Sierra National Forest, I think it's imperative that those that know push back against that. And so that is what this is. The letter that I drafted has been sent off to the Washington office to ensure that they know that Forest Supervisor Dean Gould is doing a phenomenal job within the Sierra National Forest, not only managing his team with less resources each year, but taking a creative and innovative approach into how that is done. So it's kind of a tipping point up there in the Sierra National Forest. A healthy forest, as was stated in the resolution, means healthy drinking water, means opportunities for recreation for not just our residents, but our visitors. There's economic value there that is completely underutilized. And that is no fault of our forest supervisor, but it is imperative that we address these issues and we do it quickly. And so to consider a change in leadership there, in my eyes, would be detrimental to everything that the Forest Service, as well as various partners throughout the region, have been working so hard to increase the pace of scale of forest management projects in the forest. So I again thank the board for taking this resolution under consideration. For me, it does not stop with this resolution. I will be working with our partners in Mariposa as well as Fresno in hopes that they will pass a similar resolution supporting the Sierra National Forest, their leadership, as well as the efforts to manage our forests. It's not going to happen overnight, but I do see a path forward in which we can create safer communities. We can preserve our forest for generations to come. So thanks again.
Thank you for that, Supervisor McCauley. I'll open it up to the board, and I believe Supervisor Rogers has some comments.
I really appreciate the wording of this resolution for many reasons. It reads like a synopsis of a white paper I wrote probably 13 years ago. It was published in the Sacramento Bee and the Madera Tribune, over 5,000 words, but it was basically the principles that are stated in this resolution, and that the fact that we could not only have healthy forests if we just adhered to GTR 220, which is the conservancy parameters for a healthy forest, then HR 1904, we have the laws already in place to do these things. We don't need new laws. We just need the will to do what's right about our forests. And healthy forests create, when you clear a forest in a natural way, it creates an environment where the animals are happier, healthier. You see more of them. They become prolific, but also you glean the water that is from our watershed. It's supposed to be a watershed, and our water in the valley here doesn't come from rain in the valley. It comes from snow and rain in the forest. And our watershed is not shedding water because the forests are overgrown. They're unhealthy. We have 400 trees per acre where we should have 100 trees per acre. And all we have to do is adhere to the law and adhere to these principles. We could glean 30% more watershed than we have now. And if we did that statewide, we would actually reap a huge water benefit which it would virtually almost on its own solve the water issue. But these issues persist because there's no will. And I appreciate Bobby bringing this to the forefront when they're actually doing the job on a local level that should be done on a statewide level. It is imperative that our state leaders and our federal leaders understand this is the key to a healthy future for the entire ecosystem, for the entire valley, as well as the forest. So we're symbiotic. We cannot extract one part of our symbiosis or we would die. It is imperative. Thank you. Appreciate the letter.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Wamhoff.
I wanted to commend Supervisor McCauley on having the initiative to bring this forward. I think it reads really well. And, you know, a lot of the arguments against cleaning forests are related to carbon emissions and things of that nature when, you know, I don't know the exact stat, but the Creek Fire alone emitted more carbon emissions than something like 10 years of every single green energy program that the state of California has implemented, which, you know, when you're talking about the billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that the state of California has put in over the last 15 years in green energy projects, and with one fire, it's all negated. It's all negated. And so these are important conversations that are not being had. So I commend you very much, Supervisor McCauley, on bringing this forward.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, if I might just make a notation for the record that the resolution was inadvertently left off of the posted agenda. However, it has been distributed to the board this morning, and copies are here for any members of the public that would like to review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment online?
None online.
I'll close public comment and bring it back for action.
Move to approve.
Second the motion.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor McCauley.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhoff.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, item 8G.
County Administration Department, potential Phase 4 energy projects. Presentation of Southland Industries preliminary energy audit of the county's energy infrastructure, discussion and direction to staff to partner with Southland Industries to conduct an investment grade audit and determine the operational and physical feasibility of potential energy savings projects identified in the PEA with the goal of defining the project scope.
Good morning, Chairwoman, members of the board, Joel Vigay, County Administrative Office. Just a little history on this. In March 2025, county staff has reached out both to Southland Industries and our current energy partner, Engie, to see if they would be interested in conducting a preliminary, what's called in the industry as a preliminary energy audit. So I identify on a high level potential energy savings projects for the county as to be considered for the Phase 4 energy savings program. Southland responded in April and did a site visit and conducted a preliminary energy audit. Staff did not hear from Engie, so we proceeded to receive their presentation and have invited them to present their findings to the board today. I just want to say ahead of time that the second action is to seek direction from the board on whether or not to take it to the next step, which would then really we're committing hard dollars for an investment grade audit. And with that, I'll introduce the Southland team here. We have Desiree House, Brent Patera, and Jesse Abel, and they'll briefly walk over the findings from their PEA.
Thank you, Joel. Welcome.
I'm not used to talking in front of a microphone. So, okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, supervisors. Thanks for having us here. My name is, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
How's it now? Oh,
Much better.
the empty chambers are different. Thanks for having us here this morning. My name is Brent Patera. I'm Business Development Manager for Southland Industries. I have with me here Desiree House, who is our Director of Government Affairs, and Jesse Abel, who is our Senior Energy Engineer. So our purpose today, well, first on a personal comment, I'm sorry to do this, but I want to express what a privilege it was for us to sit and listen to you guys behave as a community, the family. I was really moved by the investment that you made, in time and people, recognizing someone's service for over 4 decades. That was kind of moving. Excuse me for that. So I think we're just going to go through the presentation. It's a very full agenda. We're going to skate over the top. We have Jesse here, who he and his team physically went to the buildings and performed the work. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. And we'll get through the sort of details and then field as many questions as we can at this time. So real quickly on the agenda, basically I want to talk about what are the goals of an overall energy project like this, and then specifically how they reflect on the goals here at the county, what we did, found, talk a little bit about a vision or the overall strategy for doing an energy type project, talk about why it's valuable to ourselves and the customers, in case the county, and then a little bit around Madera and Southland as a strong partnership moving forward. So goals or drivers are not atypical here in the county. They're typically to look at energy, to reduce your utility usage and therefore the utility cost. When we talk about reducing operating expenses, those are things above and beyond just your utility spend, right? So typically those in energy business fall into maintenance, outside maintenance contracts, and then the overall maintenance burden for equipment as it ages over time. And then resilience, right? So this whole concept of newer equipment, better managed equipment is more resistant to the types of challenges that you may face going forward. So first of all, I do want to recognize the investment that the county has made by making people available for us to go up and down the county for a couple of days. I know that they've got plenty of other work to do, super people, super helpful, super knowledgeable. So I want to thank the board and administration for that. We were there for 2 days, April 1st and 2nd. We audited by number what we would consider a solid representative inventory of all your buildings. So 32 buildings, Madera, Oakhurst, North Fork, included correctional space, office administrative space, maintenance facilities, and then fire facilities, as well as wastewater treatment plants. And that represented by square footage about 58%, if I remember correctly, of your built environment. And this is a list of those lists. You guys know your buildings. We came up with a family of work or a series of types of work that would be energy saving projects. First is LED lighting. Des wants me to go faster. Could you go back one slide, please? So it is going to be, we're looking at, as Des likes to say, we want to look under every stone. And so from the buildings that we saw, there are buildings that have LED lighting retrofits available. A lot of things that can be done to reduce energy and improve the operation of HVAC equipment. Obviously, solar PV is a part of the overall recipe. There's water conservation. In the category of resilience, there are backup generators at critical facilities that are nearing the end of useful life. Old stuff is less efficient. Building automation system. So this is the nervous system that your maintenance people use to see the buildings remotely and to manage them. And then a variety of things at wastewater treatment plants, which are likely by square footage the most intense users of energy in the county. 21% of the buildings we looked at had not been yet converted to LED. And I'm sure we all know this now, but LEDs is a significant reduction in the amount of energy used, so up to 50%. HVAC equipment of all varieties, chillers, rooftop units, package units, et cetera. I think the key point to make here is that a third of the county's equipment is 15 years or older. This is my first acronym. ASHRAE, right? So the National Association of Mechanical Engineers indicate that on average, 15 years is the life of mechanical equipment. Obviously, our little friend here over Child Support Services is kicking at 28 years old, but the fact that you're beginning to move into an aged environment for HVAC grounds for sort of strategic look at that. And it uses a refrigerant called R22, which has now been banned by the state of California as a hazardous substance, and ought to have a transition plan to move off of that R22 and onto a compliant refrigerant. So I think the best thing to say about solar is at this point, you guys have invested in some good projects. Solar, as we see it, is a strategic tool to fill in the gaps where it makes financial sense. We may find an opportunity for a big wholesale PV working together with staff, but it's likely that we're going to be looking at individual places to apply solar. And the key things we look at there is, one, what does it look like from a return on investment perspective? We're not going to recommend it unless it makes financial sense to do so, unless directed from an environmental perspective by staff or the board to do something different. And the other one is that I know lots of you probably have solar on your home. We're now in the third version or the third generation of net energy metering from the utility, from PG&E, and export is virtually worthless. So where we used to export additional energy, we get paid for that energy and supplement the business model, the business case. That stuff is almost worthless now. And so we're really looking at right sizing the solar for each facility. And we came up with, a sample of about 500 kilowatts, 3 carports, 6 roof mount units as a start. So I'm not an expert on water conservation. The short version of this is that you have 204 cells in the correctional facility, the jail. The current ones use 3.5 gallons per flush. There's no controls, there's no monitoring, there's no preventatory measures. If we put in new stainless steel fixtures, that goes from 3.5 to 1.3. And there are also intelligent controls that prevent people from, shall we say, doing mischievous activities by flushing the toilet. So together, we think that's an excellent opportunity for water conservation there, and then we expect to see other water conservation throughout the county. Kind of threw this in the other category. So we've got the backup generator. This one's from Weights and Measures, 2004, again, reaching the age of replacement. There are opportunities as guided by staff when we were in the field that there's at least 3 facilities they'd really like to have on their automation system to make it easier to maintain. And then, as I said earlier about wastewater treatment plants, lots of energy intensity there. We've got something identified at Oakhurst, and during the investment grade audit, we would look at all the other ones. We expect as we go broader that we'll find similar opportunities. So we're talking about LED lighting, we're talking HVAC and building automation systems, PV, water conservation, and other ECMs. We just looking at now, we're probably looking at approaching $500,000 a year in direct reduced utility costs, and depending on how you want to manage avoided costs over the years, this is going to probably grow at between 6 and 8% a year. So compounding that, it's a reasonably significant amount of money opportunity. So value proposition. So I want to talk about what we would call an integrated energy program versus the way these types of capital projects are typically done. I'm not pointing any fingers at Madera, just from hundreds of public customers. If you look at this in a strategic manner, you put projects together, bundle projects, if you will, and we can do them as quickly as possible. You obviously accelerate the benefits of all these pieces of work. If we do fewer projects versus multiple projects, that reduces the administrative burden on your staff in terms of letting multiple contracts and managing multiple contractors. And the quicker we can reduce your current energy, the more insulated you are against inflation and utility rate increases, which are going on underneath or around or whatever you want to call your world, right? Slowly. Sorry. Again, any questions you have, you have the presentation in your packet. So what are we talking about the next phases? So the next phase we call an investment grade audit. It's called in our industry investment grade audit because it needs to prove out the numbers that have been estimated in the preliminary so that we can justify the work to staff to ourselves and any source of funding that the project is viable and provides the return on investment required. So the first thing we do is to sit down with the county, and we're going to find out exactly what the goals are, what the constraints are, what your budget goals are, and we're going to have a plan for the rest of our work. And we'll complete the detailed assessment of the county's facilities, including recommendations, prioritizations, and stacking of the work that could be done to achieve these savings. Obviously, as I mentioned, we'll find other stuff as we look at all these buildings that probably look like the measures that we already talked about. We would complete an analysis and a documentation of the energy and maintenance cost savings of the proposed work, and then we would deliver a firm fixed cost proposal to deliver the work, at which case we would be back here presenting what looks best for the county along with staff and then with input from the board. I think you keep, oh, go ahead. Already hearing from me?
I'll just kind of touch base on, the next steps with the IGA. What that really is to do is to be able to take that more in-depth look. When we did our preliminary energy analysis, really it was just kind of a high level view of what was going on. And even in that level view, we did find some conservation measures that would be truly impactful to the county as well. So a unique component of what we do at Southland is not only are we design build, so we do a lot in-house, we also have a financial engineering team that truly works with the county in order to look at all legislation that's out there, any kind of grants, any kind of funding. We do leave no stone unturned, and we partner with the county and apply for anything that we can do. As Brett had mentioned, that NEM 3.0 kind of made the export of solar unfeasible. As of August, has been appealed. It was denied, but it is back in the Court of Appeals and lower courts because the state has determined, or the Supreme Court has determined that the CPUC kind of had an overreach and did not take into consideration certain entities such as municipalities, school districts, other entities that this really would impact in a way. So that's something that our team does stay on top of. We do work with any kind of federal funding that's out there in regards to applications such as ITC. We did work with the county of Chico, or the city of Chico. We kind of go past there, and we actually helped not only apply, but we secured about $3 million in funding, and there is more coming. That is something that is under the branch and under the umbrella of what we do as a company. So I do give the clerk some leave behinds that kind of has a summary of all this information. So what we are asking from the county is that you take into consideration approving our next step to move forward with the IGA. There is a fiscal impact of $26,000, but that is contingent upon choosing a project. If we choose to move forward, that would be encompassed in that fee. So it's really what this next step does is help us kind of secure what the true scope of work would be. Priority of phasing. No project is too small. Really, we want to make sure that it's meeting the needs of the county, that we are being proactive instead of reactive when issues come up. Just as, you guys had mentioned with, the conservation of the forest, instead of being reactive when there is an emergency that can cost more money, more time, more staffing. We really want to identify everything that we can ahead of time and set up a long-term plan in order to make sure that that can all be encompassed, and that will all be identified in the IGA. Thank you so much for your time. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah. We live in a hot region, so the air conditioning systems are a big consumer. In fact, they're the biggest consumer of wattage. And the current units, you said they're 15 years old. So their SEER is probably, when I say SEER, their SEER rating probably somewhere around 10 to 12. Am I right?
You're probably guessing right.
Okay, so what SEER level would you recommend we move to?
We would work with you guys on what you want,
I guess
like replacements, or are we going forward, whether it pays back to go for a more expensive unit?
Right, that is a thought. Yeah, the SEER depends on economics of doing it. So,
And also it depends on the way the unit is utilized. If it's in a building that is not utilized as often as something that people are in and day out, we can get away with something economic. But in general, not only do we look at energy efficiency, we also look at the impact and the service that it's actually providing the county. We want to make sure that the best of the best is available, but also that it's fiscally responsible for us to do
Right.
so.
and I'm a big fan of LED. Retrofitting to LED is absolutely imperative because it doesn't produce any heat. It's and its factor of, I mean, the lifespan alone eliminates the need for purchase like over a 30-year period, 25 to 30-year period. And then the light is actually more efficient. And you
Right.
can,
And it renders color better.
right, I like the color blend of, you have actually, with most LEDs, you have three options: the soft, middle, or white light. And depending on the circumstances, that can also be a beneficial switching mechanism for savings as well, because they vary in wattage use. And they're very low wattage. I mean, most of them are 4 to 7 watts. So they really put out a lot of light. So it's a huge thing to make these energy adjustments. Uh, yeah, I did a home not too long ago that was for my son. In fact, their energy bill is just absolutely in the bottom because I use LED almost exclusively, high SEER units. It makes a huge difference all the way around.
Yeah, and that's part of what the IGA does, is it really helps us put together that plan where we can establish a foundation of energy savings. That way, as we know, technology is ever evolving. The building space is limited, so you might use this as a boardroom today, and in 5, 10 years from now, it might change the function of
Right.
of how you utilize it. So what Southland really strives to do is not just be project-based with our clients, but partnership-based. And that's why we really take the time to do the due diligence, such as the IGA, before proposing a ballpark number. We do want a firm fixed price that you can assure that what our phasing is what is going to be relatable to the growth of your county, as well as to what the goals are of the county.
Yeah. And if those units are 15 years old, I would say they're reaching their stage of end of life. It's been my experience that 20 years is probably the maximum on HVAC.
Yeah. And it, it depends on, again, how it's utilized. It could be a unit that's not utilized, or in a shadier area, something that's not met in the city. And so you get kind of more time out of it. But really what it is to make sure that your constituents and your staff and your employees are having the best indoor air quality as well.
Right.
That it's able to, make the air movement be safe and not stagnant. We know in the valley, not only do we have heat, but we have a lot of dust. I grew up in Huron, so I'm very familiar with the climate out here, and I live in Clovis now. So it's just what we are striving to do is look at everything we can energy conservation wise, and just understand the fact that you may have a 20-year-old unit that's not functioning properly. And if we replace it, the load actually might increase because that unit wasn't truly working at its capacity that it needed to be. But at the same time, coupling it with the other energy conservation measures so that we can ensure that we're capitalizing on savings where.
I might also suggest hypoallergenic filters too.
Yes. Yeah.
That's also an option.
So everything that our engineers take a look at is not just the type of unit, but the type of filter, but where it's.
Right.
We saw, especially with COVID, everybody putting in these super thick filters that might be going, but where there's heavy dust, what you noticed that there was, you were having to replace that, and staffing was doing that. So we can couple that with different kinds of pathogen mitigation or different kinds of technologies that are out there in order to serve that unit in the climate that it's at better. And when it comes to energy projects, they're not cookie cutter. Everything is tailored differently, just as your county functions differently than every other county. And in the state, we tailor every energy project to your county. So we want to make sure that we're using the right filters, the right units, the right lighting, whatever it may be. We take all of that into consideration, and that's the important part of the IGA.
Will there be an examination of the ducting as well in this process? Because if
Yeah.
there is leaking ducting, that's a big deal. And
So in the full, in what we did in our preliminary energy analysis was take a look at what's there. But what we do in our investment grade audit is really get down to the nuts and bolts of things to ensure that we are encompassing everything of that. Do you want to add more? Jesse was on all of the sites, so you got to walk around.
Okay, thank you.
Just as it relates to your questions about end-of-life equipment, it's a whole lot cheaper to replace something before it fails and do it at the right time of year rather than do it as an emergency.
I agree.
Supervisor Wamhaugh.
Great, thank you. I just want to simplify this, I think. Okay, so energy products, this is all an investment. It's just a vehicle as an investment. So when we're looking at types of products that we're going to replace, things we might modify, we either are going to do them, not going to do them, having right size equipment and as to not export energy like under NEM 3 for PV. It really just comes down to dollars, right? Just dollars, investment. What are we saving today? What are we saving over future energy, rising costs, utility? And how much does it cost us for the IGA?
It's $26,000.
Right, so 26,000. Were we charged for the PEA? No, so that you guys did that for free. And then my next question is for Joel. You know, considering that we have numerous subvented buildings and things like that, we're to move forward. And I know that they would bundle that into the cost should we move forward after the IGA. But is there any way on that front to not hit the general fund in such an impact?
It's a little it's a yes and no. Our biggest departments that are subvented are fully energy offset right now with the existing first 3 phases of the solar. I believe behavioral health is not, and I don't believe child support is either, but they're outside the campus. They're outside of our solar array down on Road 28. I kind of want to tie it into context of why we're even here today. When we completed the first 3 phases, we've always known we're going to need a phase 4 because the jail, an item that's going in front of your board soon is an expansion of the jail, which right now the jail is energy neutral. We know that next expansion is going to require probably the final expansion of our solar array. So we always needed to go. The solar was always going to be the anchor. But with each phase that we did solar, we also did all of these energy savings. And that's an important point that there's energy savings demonstrated because we have used the carve out in the government code to sole source our energy savings projects. And they carve it out that you don't have to follow the bidding process on it if you can demonstrate a savings. The item before you today, if approved by the board, is basically committing the county to partner with Southland to do the IGA and come up with the projects. And that effectively staff would be returning with a recommendation to sole source it to Southland. So I just kind of want to be clear. That's the process that we followed with NG before. And we utilize the government code carve out there because we demonstrate we're going to save money and they allow you to sole source that to one entity. So I just kind of want to provide that context.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor McCauley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and Supervisor Wama, appreciate your considerations around cost, because that was kind of where my headspace was at. On one hand, it does seem like we can't afford, not to make these improvements. But on the other hand, I think we all know we have some budget constraints. And so one, I guess, maybe hearing from Joel, like how do we anticipate, covering these expenses? And then two, in regards to the funding program, do we still have opportunities for federal and state grants like were available previously over the last couple of years? I mean, I haven't been too in tune with that. If you follow the news, there's lots of things going on here and there. And so I'm just curious to know, like, what can we expect the burden to be, if we were going to come and say, okay, we just want to do, everything on this list that y'all come up with, because I get concerned about, again, that cost and conflicted, as I said, because again, on the one hand, it's like we can't afford not to, right? So
right, Supervisor, that's an excellent point. I think the real hard cost here is the $26,000 because whether you're a subvented or general fund department, when we look at ROI, we wouldn't be recommending a project or we wouldn't be accepting a project proposal where we can't demonstrate that money that we would have already spent otherwise is not going to offset the the cost of, say, financing the next solar array. So that's how we've handled all the 3 phases. We borrowed money for those, but the math works, meaning we knew we were going to spend that money and then some, but now we're spending it in here as an investment. And then once we reach that ROI, then everything's free. So I think we'll have the same approach. And general services staff in each of those 3 phases have gone back and forth with NG on, yeah, don't LED this one, we'll LEDs ourselves because it's already in the pipeline. HVAC is a little bit more challenging, but I think the purpose of the IGA is to really look at the ROI. Will it pay for itself and will it generate savings? And is the ROI realistic? Is it 30 years or 40 years? Those are the kinds of things. And the reason we want to have this checkpoint with the board is they're going to start spending real engineering dollars for doing that. So if we're not comfortable with going with the same model that we had, which was we partner with one company, this would be the point where staff feels we would have that discussion with the board. And I do want to point out, though, that NG did have a chance to submit and decided not to. One key difference, though, with Southland's PEA is that NG had a minimum project amount before they would do it. So there's a lot of smaller projects, especially in the maintenance districts, that were never part of the first 3 phases because it was too small for them to, in their words, it was too small to make it worthwhile for their company. They had a bottom line project size. In Southland, a lot of these things that they have identified include some of those projects that NG took a pass on. I just want to point that out.
Anyone else? Do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
I'll bring it back to the board. What is your pleasure?
I'll move to approve.
If I may, just one more question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Apologies.
Mhm.
So, and Joel, you did mention previously that, when we go down this path, that we're going down a path for projects as well, right? Is that's kind of what I heard. And so at no point in time, is there an opportunity for the board to weigh back in and say, okay, we've got all these projects that we've identified. But again, when I have concerns over cost and, Southland is great, like not saying anything there, but, I think it's prudent for the board to understand like where the best value is. And I'm sure, that if we did go down that road, Southland would probably come out on top. I mean, they've got a great model here. The funding program that we talked about before is, I think that's prudent, right? We got to go out and we got to find the money. So I'm just curious, like, is this a decision on a $24,000 engineering study? Or is this a decision on potentially $8 to $9 million worth of projects?
Yeah, I should have clarified that. So the decision point today is to do the IGA. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if the county decides not to move forward with any project, that's the $26,000. That's the hard money that we commit with an action today. It doesn't commit us to having a $9 million project at the end, but we're committing to a product that has a detailed audit of what's a worthwhile project or not, basically.
Okay.
But if we, at that point, if the board decides to, just for sake of example, bid it out, right? That's one way to approach, yeah.
And I think that's important because, we reviewed just the other day some projects that are coming down the pipeline and you've got, I think it was like a $2 million differential in different vendors, right? And so, I mean, to me, that's important to look at those numbers and ensure that the county is indeed on the right path forward. Because, I mean, when we talk about, one project for, $20 million versus $18 million, that's something that is worth consideration in my opinion. So want to throw that out there.
So it looks like on the agenda here, the staff is seeking direction. So we need to be very clear with what direction we are giving.
So with my motion, the direction would be to move forward with the IGA, knowing that we, can change directions after we receive the information or what have you. Southland is the one that came and did the PEA. We went out to other places to do a PEA and they declined or never responded. And so these are one of these things. It's pretty simple. Either, it makes sense financially and staff is going to recommend it, or it doesn't make sense financially and they're not going to recommend it. And so for that reason, I'm going to push for moving forward with the IGA.
I have a quick question on, oh, go ahead.
Supervisor Poitras.
I was just going to second the motion.
Okay, Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah. When it comes to the point where we have a potential project, will there be an opportunity for others to weigh in on that? No, I'm talking about the option for others to bid on that project.
So typically with 4217, and because we are design build, when we present what we would do, our scope of work, we would then present what our fee would be to implement that project as well. The $26,000 that is encompassed with it or incorporated in the IGA wouldn't be billed unless the county decided to go a different way. So say we present, here are our findings, this is what we recommend the phased approach is, and you say, thank you, we're gonna bid it out, that's when you would be billed the $26,000.
I get it now. Okay, so that's exactly, I think that's what you were kind of alluding to as well. A little bit. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Warmoth.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Aye.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley.
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez.
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
thank you very much. Okay, let me see what time it is. It is 12:52. We have an IHSS meeting at 1:30, and we have a few items on the agenda. So I will ask my colleagues, do you want to power through? We also have some pizza in the back. So are you okay with powering through, or you want to take a quick break for lunch?
I wouldn't mind taking a quick break.
I wouldn't mind if 5 minutes, it'd be great.
Well, we'll come back at 1:30 for IHSS, and then we'll finish the remainder of the items. Apologize to those in the audience, but. So we'll be back at 1:30 for IHSS. Thank you. For the next item, yeah, well, that was gonna take a while, so. Authority meeting, just scheduled at 1:30. We'll call that meeting to order. Do we have any public comment?
None online.
I'll close public comment and move on to item 3, approval of the minutes, consideration of approval of the regular meeting minutes from December 3rd. Have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
I have a first and a second. Do we have any public comment on the minutes?
None online.
Seeing none, I'll close public comment and call for the vote.
Supervisor McCauley,
Aye.
Supervisor Rogers, Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
We have a closed session item. County Council?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, under Government Code Section 54957.6, your labor negotiators are Director Deborah Martinez and Attorney Steve Mendick to talk about IHSS negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. We will, do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
I'll close public comment and we'll recess into closed session. Okay, we're back. County Council, do we have any reportable actions?
Madam Chair, there's no reportable action from that closed session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move back into our regular agenda. We're going to switch things a little.
Right, Madam Chair, and with that, you're closing the in-home supportive services public authority meeting and ending the recess for the regular special meeting, the special meeting of the Board of Supervisors.
Yes. Thank you. Let's move to item 8K.
You want to take it out of order?
Yes, please.
Okay. Human Resources Department discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution setting the salary for Richard Galindo in the position of Chief Probation Officer for the Probation Department, appointed by the Madera County Superior Court effective October 1st, 2025.
We're almost going to be here till October 1st, Rick.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sabrina Mendez, Department of Human Resources. The item before you today is to ask for your consideration to adopt a resolution setting the salary for Richard Galindo, or Rick, in the position of Chief Probation Officer. Pursuant to Government Code 27770, the Chief Probation Officer position is appointed by and serves at the will of the Madera County Superior Court judges. Formal action was taken to approve the appointment of Mr. Galindo effective October 1st, 2025. Over the past 28 years, Mr. Galindo has served in various roles within the Madera County Probation Department, including the most recent as Deputy Chief Probation Officer. To complement this extensive experience, Mr. Galindo not only holds a bachelor's degree in criminology from Fresno State, but also a master's degree in law enforcement administration from Grand Canyon University. We're excited to see his continued service to the county in this new capacity beginning October 1st. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sabrina. Any questions or comments from the board? Do we have any public comment on this item? I'll close public comment and bring it back for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Rick. Item 8H.
County Administration Department, Pioneer Community Energy, Community Choice Aggregation Program, presentation of Premier Community Energy on his Community Choice Aggregation Program, discussion and direction to staff to commission an impact assessment study to determine the financial feasibility and timing of Madera County joining Pioneer Community Energy's Joint Powers Agreement and to finance the county's share of the cost for the IAAS through existing budgeted appropriations, discussion and consideration to authorize the county administrative officer or his designee to represent the county on any decision, on any action necessary to complete the IAS and to report its findings to the board.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Joel Begay, County Administrative Office. We have Lisa Rhodes from Pioneer Community Energy. Hopefully she's still there. Angie? online.
I'm here. I would like to introduce Pioneer Community Energy CEO, Don Eckert. He would like to give a brief intro.
Okay, and I don't know if you can also do the video, unlock that. But if not, I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Chair, and thanks for having us today. Apologies we're not there in person, but we'll be there out there next time. Again, thank you for having us. I'm really looking forward to this partnership between Pioneer and the county. And just in opening remarks here would be, and then we'll keep this brief today. You've had already a very productive meeting and a long meeting, so we'll be really quick. But Community Choice Aggregator, or CCA, what that really means is community means that your citizens become our ratepayers and also our shareholders. We're not for profit. Our board is elected officials representing every one of our member agencies. So one of you would be on our board. What does that mean? That means that you make decisions on community investments, such as what programs, which there was a presentation earlier on energy efficiency. Well, you would be making decisions on what programs are of interest in the county. Also, you'll be looking at power supply. I heard some comments earlier about forest health. One of our main objectives with our board is biomass. I think that we align well there, as well as where we should direct, sponsorships or public relations. So that's the community side of it. Choice means that you're not replacing PG&E. You're just giving your citizens a choice for 1/3 of the bill. And then aggregation, the last letter of that acronym is, or the last word of that acronym is we buy in bulk. So we don't. Everyone comes over to us. We don't pick and choose high margin customers. Everyone in the county comes over to this, and then they can choose to opt out. And so with that, I think I'll cut to the chase, and then we'll go through the presentation very quickly. But we're looking for a maximum of $15,000 for the county to invest in an impact assessment study, which basically will forecast our power supply cost at the time that you join us versus what our current rates are, to see if this financially makes sense for both sides. Our board requires this as well, and our board has authorized me to pay the other half of this. So the maximum cost would be $30,000, of which Pioneer pays a half. And we could also split this cost up between the city of Madera as well as Chowchilla, who are also folks that we are talking to. And that would be your maximum investment on this. There's no other cost or staffing time that would be needed as we move forward in this process. And I heard in another presentation where folks were talking about return on investment. Well, just look at this payback, and you're going to hear about our ratepayer savings in a moment. But I think for $15,000, the payback on this would be about 2.5 days once we launch. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to my wonderful colleagues, Gina Stasi-Vanderkoor, Director of Communications, and Lisa Rhodes, who you heard earlier, to go through the presentation. Thank you, Gina. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you so much for having us here today. I will keep this brief, but I wanted to start by telling everyone what is a CCA. Community Choice Aggregators, as Dawn described, were created in the early 2000s as a result of the energy crisis, and it gave local governments the ability to purchase power for their residents and their customers. Pioneer Community Energy is one of 25 CCAs serving 200 communities throughout the state of California, and CCAs currently serve 14 million customers. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we do, our role is actually very well defined. We buy power on the open market, often from many of the same sources as PG&E, and the portion of what we buy is the generation portion of customer bills. It represents about 40% of customer bills, and then PG&E takes that power and delivers it through its lines and poles to customers. Next slide, please. About Pioneer specifically, We are a not-for-profit, locally owned electricity provider. And as Dawn mentioned, our number one priority is rate competitiveness and creating strong community partnerships. We are a JPA. Currently, we have 10 local governments, and our board is comprised of representatives from each of our members. The current governance structure is one member, one vote. And the significance of that really is in giving members a voice in their energy choices, and some say in their energy future. Next slide, please. So who we currently have as members are El Dorado and Placer counties and the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City. In 2027, we are really proud to welcome 13 new communities into Pioneer service territories. Those include the counties of Butte, Glenn, Nevada, Sutter, and Tuolumne, and the cities therein. Madera County and the cities within it now have an opportunity to join that 2027 expansion, which is exactly why we're here to talk to you today and share a little bit more detail on what that would take. Next slide. We did talk about CCAs. There are certain things that make Pioneer unique. Dawn touched upon those. But unlike other CCAs, Pioneer serves inland and several rural communities that have shared priorities. And the idea of like-mindedness is really important to us. It's really important that anyone who joins Pioneer shares the same priorities. We have a proven record of success, having saved our customers $108 million since launching in 2018. In 2025, we anticipate an additional $37 million in savings, and those savings go back to the communities that we serve in a variety of ways. It can be through power purchase agreements, economic development projects, programs that help customers like the ones that Dawn mentioned, and through the purchase of goods and services. So again, a few examples there, but again, really proud of our track record of success in saving customers money and then putting that money back into the communities that we serve. Next slide. So our board has made it very clear. There are a number of communities that are very interested in joining Pioneer Community Energy right now. But for our board, it's really important that our current customers do not subsidize expansion. So anytime we expand, we do what is called an impact assessment study, which is what we are here to talk to you about today. And what the study does is it helps us answer two questions. One is, does it make financial sense for, in this case, Madera County to join Pioneer? And two, is Madera County a good fit for Pioneer? Because again, when we're talking about the composition of our board, we want it to be very cohesive. So I'd like to reiterate today that we are not asking the county to join Pioneer Community Energy today. What we are asking is for the county to provide some guidance on whether or not they would like to participate in the impact assessment study. To do that, there is an administrative process that we must go through together if the county is interested. And that's really what we want to talk about. So with that, I would like to turn the mic over to Lisa Rhodes, who is our community outreach manager. She leads our expansion efforts, and she can talk more specifically about the benefits to Pioneer as shown on the next slide, and also our very compressed timeline should the county decide to move forward and be a part of our 2027 service expansion. So Lisa, I will now turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Gonzalez and members of the board. Happy to discuss this slide, and it highlights the benefits to joining Pioneer's JPA. As Gina and Dawn both mentioned, Pioneer saves our residents and businesses money. We've saved over $108 million since 2018, and we're planning another $37 million this year. As the slide indicates, our customers are our shareholders. Our board is comprised of elected officials from the communities that we serve. We also provide excellent customer service. Our staff lives in the community and we know many of the questions and relate with our customers very well. Our energy future, our customers decide if they want all renewable energy or less, and they really decide what energy projects we invest in. Other items that we've discussed already include our local community programs, and our customers really decide those efficiency programs that we launch. And we've approved over $2 million in funding for programs, which include an HVAC rebate program, and where our customers will receive up to a $75 check. We also have a green light program where customers receive steep discounts on LED lighting and other lights. In addition to that, we have a track record of success. Pioneer is financially stable with an A- credit rating from S&P Global. And for the first time in many years, customers have a choice. They can choose to join Pioneer for the energy savings and generation, and or they can stay with PG&E. So next slide, please. This slide highlights the community investment that Pioneer does. And so I've already discussed the cost savings, but one of the other ways that Pioneer benefits the community is by signing power purchase agreements in the areas that we serve. So for instance, we signed a 10-year power purchase agreement with the El Dorado Irrigation District for hydro, and that was over $37 million. We also have a budget for a feed-in tariff program that supports local biomass and also small hydro projects in our service territories, and that's totaling $15 million. And we've also purchased energy and resource adequacy from our Placer County Water Agency located in Placer County, and that was over $10 million. And also those programs that we mentioned that are $2 million, and plus we've also worked closely with Sierra Pacific Industries on renewable energy credits totaling over $2 million. Next slide, please. All right. Programs. So as we've talked about programs, we have a local community advisory committee that really helps provide input as to the unique programs that we want to offer and serve. So they meet every other month with a focus on programs to really recommend to the board. And regarding programs, they provide a local voice and key priorities. But I do want to reiterate that any state PG&E program that customers have, whether it's CARE, FARA, or medical baseline, those all carry over. So customers that choose to join Pioneer, they won't lose those key programs. And in addition, customers have access to unique local programs that really serve the communities that we offer service to. Next slide, please. So biomass has been brought up and discussed, and Pioneer is committed to supporting biomass. And we sponsored and led some legislation which passed by unanimous partisan basis, and it enabled CCAs to participate in the Biomap program, which we launched in spring 2024. As I mentioned, we have a feed-in tariff program, and we have a budget of $15 million to help incentivize investment in biomass storage and small hydro projects in our service territories. And that really benefits the community and helps with local economic development. Community education, we recently hosted an event with SPI, CAL FIRE, and Placer Air Pollution Control District for legislators to really educate them on the benefits of biomass and support future legislation. And we are also advocating locally and providing legislators with more information to really help promote biomass energy, provide local control and grid stability, among other things. Next slide, please. This slide really highlights some of the key questions that we receive regarding solar customers. Pioneer serves over 43,000 solar customers. We pay a 0.5-cent premium over PG&E for over generation. And since 2018, we've issued nearly $5 million of payments for those customers that have generated more energy than they use. And this spring, nearly 11,500 solar customers will receive a check or a bill credit from Pioneer. So just to be real clear, if you are on NEM 1, NEM 2, or SBP, that plan does not change. It carries right over. Next slide, please. So I know that we're going kind of fast through these slides, but I know that you have the full packet and you also have the appendix in your binders there. But this slide really highlights why we're here today. It highlights the timeline for expansion. So I really wanted to walk you through the next few months and answer any questions that you might have. So during the summer, we provided an informational presentation to county representatives for the Madera County EDC. And so there was representation from Madera County, City of Madera, and also Chowchilla. And we answered many questions, and we wanted to be able to come to the Board of Supervisors also answering any questions. But today we're really here to receive approval to move forward with the impact assessment study. As Gina mentioned, the cost is $30,000, and of which Pioneer pays for half. And then if other jurisdictions, such as the City of Madera and Chowchilla, would like to go in on that, then that cost can be split 3 ways. But our assessment study that we'd like to move forward on really looks at 24 months of historic usage data from PG&E. So we would get an approval from your CAO to move forward with that once you decide on that. In October, the impact assessment study is conducted, and then we would review those findings with staff and then present those findings to our Pioneer Board of Directors and as well as the Madera County Board of Supervisors. In October, November, the Board of Supervisors would vote to join Pioneer. And in December, the board would approve the addition of Madera County. Our JPA would be amended to include Madera County, Chowchilla, City of Madera, and we would submit an amended implementation plan to the CPUC by December 19th. Takes them a few months, but we would hear whether they approve or deny that implementation plan in March 2026. And then in the spring of 2026, the County of Madera would reaffirm their vote to join Pioneer. That would be your final off-ramp to deciding whether or not you wanted to join Pioneer or not. And after that time, we would begin procuring power for residents. Sorry about that little typo there. And then January to October 2027, we would launch an extensive community outreach and education campaign, complete with town halls, complete with working with your civic organizations to provide presentations and being at many community events just to really educate our customers on who Pioneer is and what we do. And during that time, also regulatory notices would be sent. And then in October 2027, that's when we would launch service in Madera County and, if approved, Chowchilla and the City of Madera as well. And that concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Porthos.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my questions would be, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Looks very straightforward. I had a chance, as you know, to listen in when the presentation was made at the EDC. I guess up front, I'm just kind of looking at it maybe from a 10,000-foot level. What are the trap doors? What are some of the big things that we should be looking for in terms of issues that could arise for the county, for our customers? What are the risks? So again, I don't need to hear great detail, but maybe just kind of like bullet points, some of the things that we should be aware of.
Gotcha. So there are no risks associated with this. There's no cost to your general fund. We do get hammered a little bit about folks that feel that they didn't have a choice, that they're automatically opted in to Pioneer, and that is due to the way the legislation is written, as Gina mentioned earlier, and it avoids a CCA being able to cherry pick who they'd like, or anyone to cherry pick, whether that's PG&E or a CCA. So we do get asked about that, like why am I automatically opted in? And so that's part of our education campaign to let folks know that is part of the legislation. And it's a very, very simple process to opt out. I mean, they can go onto our website or they can call to really opt out. But I just wanted to let you know that's pretty much the big question that we get raised from customers.
And
Okay.
Chair, if I might chime in and
And
respond. So-
also, if I can just add one minor thing, could you please unmute Dawn and Gina as well in case they want to answer and chime in on that as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, so Supervisor, so from staff's perspective, we haven't had much time to review this. Obviously, I think based on the number of counties that are already joined, there is potential for our residents to save money. I think where staff is right now, we would say, we don't know what we don't know. We need to vet it. We do recommend that if the board is interested in it, that to do at least the IAS. Because it would give us real numbers that we can work with, because we have to vet this on behalf of our residents. It allows us to independently verify and find out if there are trapdoors. And I know there's an aggressive timeline here should the board decide to move forward for 2027. From staff's perspective, the list of counties that are moving in 2027 has had a lot of time to vet this. We've had exactly 4 weeks. So while we would recommend finding the money for the IAS, we would also recommend for the board and staff to take the necessary time to see if this is an option for us, even if it's not in 2027.
Sure, that's great. And then also, I guess, the other, that as far as risk, okay, we've talked a little bit about that for the county or maybe for the residents. How about for Pioneer? What are the financial risk, or you're in business, you have a number of cities, counties, et cetera, you're moving forward. What are the things that would cause financial issues for your organization?
Lisa, maybe I can answer that one. Thank you for the question. So when we're looking at this from Pioneer's side of it, you know, one of the main factors in moving forward on this would be looking at the impact assessment study. So what that is we take a very conservative view of our rates are going to stay the same today, and continue to stay the same in October 2027. So that's a very conservative view on rates. Meanwhile, we're looking at the current market on power supply, and if that comes in positive, that's a good for us, and we should be able to move forward because we're looking at this with some pretty conservative assumptions. Power supply is going to be the main risk. We have a very disciplined hedging strategy that puts positions on 5 years in advance. So if there's a quick move in the market up or down, we're not having to come back to you with rate changes every other month to respond to that. And I'd say what Pioneer gets out of this the most, for the county's perspective, is we have, with larger load, we have better power supply options. So we got better suppliers to work with, which means better pricing and more confidence in the projects. We also have a larger elected officials base to work on with on issues such as biomass at the legislative and regulatory level. And we have more meters to spread the risk across. So from our perspective, power supply would be the main risk, but that's going to be answered a lot through the impact assessment study. And then even moving forward, we have a pretty disciplined hedging policy that insulates us pretty well from crazy changes in the power supply market.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Is it possible that I could add one point of clarification?
Sure.
So one of the comments that was made earlier is kind of being rushed into making a decision to join Pioneer. That is not our intention here today. And in fact, the board would actually have several months to make that decision. But if you are interested in moving forward for 2027, we do need to secure some of that historical usage from PG&E, and then do the study so that we can get an amended implementation plan to the CPUC by December. We would come back to the county after the CPUC approves our plan, and that would be your final off ramp. So just as a point of clarification, you do have several months to make this decision.
Yeah, thanks for that, Gina. Just to connect the dots here on the why is it so late, far in advance. So we have to submit by the end of 2026, and then we're required to wait, or I'm sorry, end of this year, and then we're required to wait a full year before we can bring any new members online. And that's a CPUC directive because PG&E also has to plan for the departing load. So that gives them a year to also plan. And then we use that year to work on public outreach. I would say the biggest risk for the county on this is going to be public outreach from Pioneer, and we're really, really good at it. But that would be where your constituents are calling and say, what's going on here? What happened to my bill? Why does it say Pioneer on it? And that's where we have a good year and a half to work with your citizens to be prepared for that.
Supervisor Wamhoff.
Great, thank you. Is there a guarantee or anything of the sort that if we switch to Pioneer, that those rates will always be lower than PG&E's, or are there scenarios where we could actually end up paying more?
So I can never really say there would be always, looking every year out, there's a guarantee that you would be less than PG&E. But I will say that we work very hard on that being our priority. We're very good on the power supply side, but knowing that a customer can opt out in basically 30-second transaction makes us very diligent in making sure that our rates are going to be always competitive to PG&E. What makes it very hard to predict is that we're in the same market as PG&E, but I don't control their rates. So if they were to have some sort of an adjustment downwards, we would need to react to that. And indeed, we did last summer where they did lower their rates about 3%, and we came right back and lowered ours in response to that. And it was due to a overcollection issue that they had in the resolve. But so to your point, we're always going to make rate competitiveness our number one priority. We know that our customers can opt out in 30 seconds. So that really drives us to make sure that we're always going to be competitive to PG&E, but I cannot sit here and say that that is guaranteed. In fact, I'd probably lose my credit rating if I did that. So, but I do have to be honest about that. Yeah.
Are there any scenarios in which we could pay more than PG&E, or Pioneer has to set their rates higher due to maybe volatile wholesale energy costs, or under what scenario could end up paying more?
There's one scenario where there's a what we call power charge and difference adjustment, which is what we call an exit fee that if departing load leaves PG&E and PG&E has purchased power for Madera County, and they purchase power like we do in years in advance. And then they're saying, well, we're stuck with this inventory, if you will, because now Madera County is leaving for Pioneer. The CPUC has installed what we call an exit fee that would make PG&E's bundled customers, those that are with PG&E, not impacted by this. It's called again the PCIA, or power charge indifference adjustment. That is a rate that goes on top of our generation rate. We don't collect any of that at Pioneer. That goes strictly to PG&E, but it is a risk to us in that if they were to make that exit fee very, very high on top of our generation rate, then we would have to respond by lowering our generation rate to keep our rates competitive. That's a scenario where I could see you would be paying more than PG&E because of that exit fee. That has happened in one year, but in every other year, we've been more than competitive.
Great, thank you. What would a PG&E rep say about Pioneer or CCAs in general? I know I asked this with Lisa several weeks ago, but and the answer I got was, well, we work with them and they work with us. But what would PG&E say about CCAs or a county having a JPA or joining Pioneer? What would their argument be?
I can take that question because I've spent a lot of time talking to people from PG&E. One of the things I can assure you is that PG&E is used to having CCAs in their markets. And, you know, for many CCAs, we owe kind of a debt of gratitude to Marin County, who launched the first CCA in PG&E's territory in 2010. They did not always have an easy go of it, and they really did pave the way for so many of the other CCAs like Pioneer. I will tell you, we work pretty cooperatively with with PG&E, because any customer of Pioneer Community Energy is also a customer of PG&E. So we do have our customers in common. There are issues between us at times, but we do work with PG&E. We have a weekly call with our PG&E reps. We meet occasionally with PG&E's upper management. And when issues come up, we do try to address them pretty directly. So I would say that our relationship is actually pretty favorable with PG&E. I did want to go back to the focus on rates, which I think is really important, and we certainly can appreciate. One thing I would also like to remind the board is with Pioneer, we also bring a lot of added value because we are locally owned and the board would have a greater voice. That is represented by incentives for local energy projects. We are not a developer, but we would be an off-taker. So in the event that there was a project in Madera County, we certainly could assist with the development of that. We also provide incentives, and then customer programs are really important for our customers. The programs are created with input from the community, so our programs really represent the communities that they serve, and those again span from rebates like get your AC tuned up and we'll send you a $75 check, to, you know, zero costs, no credit check, solar, zero cost down, no, and then so just other things to keep in mind above and beyond the rate savings.
I would like to go back to my original question where I asked, what would a PG&E rep say about CCAs? And then you went on about saying that you have weekly calls and you have a good relationship with them. So essentially what you're saying is PG&E has no qualms about CCAs at all, and they're happy with them?
I think that
Go ahead,
PG&E
Jane.
would speak favorably of their relationships with CCAs. Donna, do you?
I just want, and this isn't, you know, in any way like a gotcha. I genuinely want to know if they, you know, if what they would have to say on their side about CCAs.
Well, I think as Gina mentioned, we've come a long way. When the first one was launched in 2010, as Gina mentioned, it was not a great relationship. You have a competitor here that's coming in. It's a disruptor, if you will. And at this point, 15 years later, I would say over 50% of PG&E's load has been migrated to ACCA in their territory with various CCAs. And I think they've accepted that. I don't want to speak for PG&E in a public meeting, but I would say that the relationship has come a long way. And that's probably where I'll leave it at.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor McCauley.
Thank you, Chair. I got about a million questions, and I'm going to spare the rest of the board on that. I do want them to come to my birthday party at some point in time. So I've kind of distilled it down to three, but I really would appreciate, assuming this board does approve this item, the opportunity to meet with you folks and kind of go through the weeds and ask a few of those questions, more of the technical in the weeds questions. So thank you for the presentation. Supervisor Poitras mentioned kind of the trap doors. I'm really more curious to know about the parachute, which is, you know, should the county decide to go a different direction at some point in time, what does that look like? Do we have an exit fee that we would be responsible for at that point in time? Say another CCA came along and they were able to provide more competitive rates. What would that look like? Has that even played out at this point in time?
Yeah, we've never had a situation of any of the CCAs where they have come in and picked off a customer in another CCA's territory. So that hasn't happened. And we have a Cal CCA board, if you will. It's a trade association made up of all the CCAs that meet monthly, and those relationships are really good. That hasn't happened. But if the county were to decide to leave, we have language in our joint powers agreement that basically says that at the time of exit, whatever power we have purchased for you, that we can't sell at what we purchased it for, then there would be a reimbursement to the members. They wouldn't be an exit fee that goes on forever, but there would be some sort of an arrangement. That's high level language. When we actually would have an event like that happen, the devil's in the details, and I'd have to learn more about it myself, but because it's never happened. But if it were to happen at high level, if we bought power for $50 a megawatt hour for the county and you decide to leave, and you have to give us a 12-month notice, if I can go ahead and sell that power to somebody else for $50, and that's what I would try to do, then there's no harm. But if I can only sell it for $35, then that $15 would have to get worked out with the existing members. And that would just be fair.
Okay. And then the second question is in regards to the cities. If the county decides to move forward and the cities do not, are we still able to move forward, or does that essentially just make things, I guess, not feasible to move forward?
Yeah, absolutely not. So there's no issue. It just might be we can't split the impact assessments fee amongst three members. But as far as if the county wants to move forward and the cities are lagging behind, then there's no impact to you.
Okay. And then last question for you. Does Pioneer produce any power, or do you just purchase all your power?
Yeah, so we're going to always be the off-taker. Being in the utility business a number of years, I think one of the issues I've always had to adjust to with CCAs is that it's one of the only utility models I know of where we don't really have a capital budget, which is always one of the biggest budgets in a utility. And the reason for that being is I have a captive service territory, but I don't have a captive customer base. They can always opt out. So we're always going to be shy in doing massive capital investments in producing our own power. But where we do come in is, especially on the biomass, is that we can be the off-taker, which the bank needs to have an off-taker to be able to finance a developer, and the developer then comes in, and knowing that they have a PPA, they can get financing and build a plant. So that's where our role comes in as the off-taker, is that we can develop projects because that's what the bank's looking for, to get financing. But us ourselves are not going to be the ones that build the plant.
I should never limit myself to 3 questions, but now I have one more.
And we look forward to meeting you offline. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Do any CCAs produce power, or because I know there's some that are involved with storage, but I'm just curious around that.
Yeah, they are not the ones that are actually building the plant, producing the power, but they're going to be the off-takers that's buying the power, which essentially is a critical component to getting that plant built. And that's where we are as well.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes, in regards to the exit fee for PG&E, would that be determined ahead of the actual entering into an agreement so that we know what's going on with that?
Yeah, so we would, as Gina mentioned, we would have, it wouldn't be until we get approval from the CPUC in 2026, which would be probably take us to the end of next March, that this would be a go. And then we'll check with you again to see if this is still good. At that time, I will have updated PCIA or exit fee rates from PG&E. I can't guarantee what that rate is. It changes every year, and it's a bit of a black box to be able to forecast it. But you will know what the PCIA is looking at like next year when we go to make final arrangements.
Okay, and is that cost spread out over a year, or is it depends on how much it is, right?
Yeah, so it's a set fee that's volumetric, and it's in place for a year.
Okay, and then it goes away.
It does not go away. So we have CCAs from that launched in 2010 that are still paying for an exit fee. And you will miss your birthday party if I get into this discussion. But I will tell you, it's not a fee that goes away, but it does fluctuate. And there is hope on the horizon that we may have some longer term solutions to it because all CCAs are upset with the exit fee. So we're not alone in this.
Okay, in regards to delivery of power and the cost of that, do you have time of use programs, or is it across the board one fee?
So it would be, we mark our discount based on every rate that PG&E has. So whatever, if you're on a time of use rate, our discount would be, example, 5% less than that. If you're on a specific rate in the commercial side of it, it would be 5% less than that. We do it across the board.
Okay, so even agricultural then.
Absolutely.
Okay. And PG&E owns the transmission bureau broker basically of the power. And have you noticed any decline in the ability to procure transmission situations in counties and cities where you have contracts?
Meaning that we couldn't deliver the power, or meaning that
In
there's
other words, PG&E moves a lot slower because they're not, they're losing 40% of the business on that.
So that's a great question. That comes up a lot. So essentially, there's some capital investment on the generation side that PG&E recoups, but the majority of their profits are going to come from the transmission and distribution side and investment in that system. And
So
you
it's in
may
their
have heard in
best
the news.
interest then.
Right. So, and you may have heard in the news that guaranteed return on investment could be 10%, could be 11.5, whatever that is. But they make money by investing on the T&D side of the system. And they have no incentive to not do that, whether you're with a CCA or not. So
Okay.
I will tell you, it's brought up a lot also with when you see the T&D rates go up, especially with undergrounding. And members will say, well, what can we do to get out of this? Well, you got to get PG&E to sell you that system. And that would be in Rockland, for instance, we've got 80,000 folks here. They pursued this, and this was before the great inflation, the pandemic, and it was going to be about $500 million to purchase a system, and PG&E is not selling it. So I think there's no incentive for them to not maintain the T&D system, whether you're with a CCA customer or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Wamhoff,
Great. Sorry, I know
we're not going to your birthday party.
you weren't invited. But these questions just bring up more questions. And what is the average savings across all your customers that do not choose to go into the green energy space, that are only in it strictly for money savings? What is the average savings?
Yeah, so a typical household over the course of a year, and Gina, Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong here because you've got updated numbers, but it would be about $200 a year.
So $200 per year on average for those customers or for those JPAs that don't choose to invest in all the green stuff.
Right.
Correct?
And so our strategy is we do offer a Green 100, which is 100% renewable for customers that request that. And we've had a few where companies are moving in with directives from the corporate side of it to say we need to be 100% renewable, good citizens. And having that option that PG&E doesn't have has been one of the reasons they move into our service territory. But the bulk of our ratepayers are in our standard product, which follows the state minimum, which all of us have to be 60% renewable by 2030. And some CCAs have chosen to accelerate that. That's just based on what their board perspective is. For us, it's going to be about ratepayer savings. So we just follow the minimum until we get to 2030.
Right. So, I mean, essentially, when we're looking at this feasibility study and potentially adopting JPA to join Pioneer, we're looking at an average customer monthly household savings of about $16, $17 a month.
That's correct. Yeah, because you're looking at a third of the bill here that we're impacting.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
I'll bring it back to the board unless Joel, you have any closing remarks.
No, Supervisor. I think the actions recommends the IAS. Nowhere in the actions does commit us to the JPA. I believe if once the IAS is completed, staff intends to return sometime in October, hopefully, with results. And at that point, the board can decide whether to initiate the process to join the JPA or to delay.
Okay, Supervisor McCauley.
And Joel, so as far as the cost, I know it's not gonna break the bank or anything like that, but I am curious if the cities do elect to join in, are they going to be responsible for a portion of that 15,000 or
I hate
are
to
we,
Yeah. To be honest, I've had one conversation with the city of Madera. I don't believe they have this going to their council soon. So I don't know where they are on jumping on board and sharing the cost of the IAS. That's my honest answer. And I think certainly if they're interested, or if the city of Chowchilla is interested, I'm sure we can work some kind of intergovernment transfer to split the cost. But at the moment, the one conversation that I've had with the city of Madera, I don't even think this is calendared. I think they're having an initial presentation to a few council members.
We take that back to Pioneer if they've heard anything or if they care to disclose.
That is correct. Joel is correct in that. We do have a meeting with the city of Madera and 2 council members next week. But today at 4 o'clock, we are on the agenda with the city of Chowchilla to do
So
the
how
same.
would that affect your October, November timeline with adoption and submitting to the CPUC?
We're hoping that the city of Madera, that the city manager could move forward with the IAS request, just to go ahead and request the information from PG&E.
Okay.
That's what we'll be discussing with them.
And to clarify that, that's not, that's for the city residents. So you can't look at it without the city of Madera authorizing PG&E, correct?
Correct. We need to have the city release the data on behalf of its citizens, both residential and business.
Yeah, so we get they have to turn in a form and then to PG&E, and PG&E has to give us send us the data. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a motion that we move forward with the study and delegate the division of how that gets paid for or cost with CAO or designee to work that out to some fair level.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Wamhaugh.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley.
yes.
Chair Gonzalez.
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
thank you. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Item 8I.
County Administration Department, General Services Division, discussion and consideration of entering an agreement with Bedrock Engineering, Inc. in the amount of $85,000 for providing civil engineering and surveying services related to the Manzanita Park Trail project for 6 calendar months, and authorize the chair to sign. 4 votes are required.
Thank you again, Chair, members of the board, Joel Begay, County Administrative Office. This contract is for $85,000 for civil engineering work at the Manzanita Lake Trail to continue our commitment to the grant that we received. After we pay, if the board approves this, there'll be $307,000 remaining from the $500,000 grant to execute the projects. We are committed to doing this engineering though. Even though we know we won't have enough funds to probably execute everything at the same time. I just want to note though that some of the expenses that have hit this were brush removal, some initial design work that's gone on for the trail project. But you know, we're trying to stretch the dollar as much as we can, and this is the next step, is to do the civil engineering work and surveying work
Okay, thank you, Joel. Do we have any questions, comments from the board?
Yes, Chair. Now, is this sole source or was this a bid, or how do we procure, like, say, an engineering firm for something like this?
But I do not know. Oh, I'll defer to Jorge. Sorry.
So we did reach out to three. Joe Snyder was the original contractor design firm that did the surveying, but they wouldn't be capable of doing the whole complete design for the trails. We reached out to um, a different Provost and Pritchard, another civil engineer. I guess it was too small for them. Bedrock Engineering, we reached out to them and they went out and looked at the site. So we seek three bids or three proposals for three firms. The only one that was interested in pursuing and giving us a price was Bedrock Engineering.
Got you, but we don't go out for bid on these.
Not for this, not at this scale. It follows the informal bidding process. Once you go 125 and over, then we follow the formal bidding process.
Got it. I was just curious how that
Yeah.
process worked. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? I'll close public comment and bring it back for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor
Yes.
McCauley? Supervisor Wamhoff?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. And item 8J.
County Administration Department, General Services Division, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with JRM Construction, Inc. in the amount of $2,309,822 for the provision of construction services related to Jackass Rock Camp Cabin Replacement Project, and authorize the chair to sign. 4 votes are required.
Yes, Chair, members of the board. The RFP for the repair work, reconstruction work, and Jackass Rock Camp was released on July 21st. We received the bids on August 20th. We received 3 bids. Go JRM was the lowest responsive bidder at this price that's stated in the contract. We recommend approving this contract for Go JRM for the rebuilding of the Jackass Rock Camp. I just want to note, though, that 100% of the cost of rebuilding this is covered by the county's insurance.
Thank you, Joel. Any questions, comments from the board?
Just want to make a quick
Supervisor
comment.
Rogers.
Just want to make a quick comment that this camp has been an important component of life in Madera County for many, many years. And one of my constituents couldn't be here today. She wanted to be here. Cindy Diaz, but she's Cindy Chidlaw Diaz. Her family were largely responsible for many of the facilities that were constructed on site at Jackass Camp. I was personally involved in it for at least 25 years. So I've had a stake in serving in that campground as a music instructor and a counselor for a lot of years. I was there as a child, and it just really a great facility. Glad to see it being rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
None online.
I'll bring it back for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote, please.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhoff?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chair Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. We have any pending legislation? Not seeing any. Supervisor and staff reports. Supervisor Rogers.
Just did the MCTC yesterday. Or not yesterday.
Thank you. Supervisor McCauley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Weeks ago, I was able to attend the Wildfire Task Force down in Inland Empire. Very pleased to be representing our state association as well as Madera County. I do believe we're on a great track, as I had mentioned earlier. And last week, I was able to attend RCRC and was able to advance some of those ideas that were born there at the task force. In addition to that, great opportunity to hear from a number of speakers and presenters. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Supervisor Wamhoff.
Yes, September 11th, I attended the CSAC Board of Directors meeting, and so that was the first one I've been to. And so it was kind of neat to see how that operated and being a part of that process. And then last week I attended RCRC as well, listened to some great speakers, and uh, really enjoy RCRC because of how detailed it is and relevant to the things that are happening in our county versus something like CSAC, which has a different focus. Um, and it's still very important, but it's very refreshing to go to a place like RCRC where um, all 40 of the 58 counties are really focused on things that affect us mostly. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Poitras.
Thank you very much. I'd like to mention is I attended RCRC as well as my colleagues, and just like to have a shout out to our team who put together the basket. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Melissa. And I think we received a bid of $2,000. So,
Nice.
and that was collected, and there's a total of 110,000 that was raised for charities in Modoc County. So that goes a long ways. And I like to say, you might do the math, you go, wait a minute, we're a little bit under the average, but there were a few that went for a lot of money. Like there was a small little bull something, Shetland
They
bull.
brought in a Highland mini bull that sold for 7,500.
Right.
And Mariposa County had skydiving and a Mexico trip, and it went for, I don't know, almost $6,000.
Right. So we did very well. So again, thank you very much.
And
Thank you.
on that note, I did forget for the special district fund, I did pay, I believe, $150, $200 for a Madera County Sheriff's Foundation belt buckle that also went in our gift basket. Reporting that out.
Thank you. Joe,
Nothing to report, Chair.
County Council,
No report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Nothing to report. Thank you.
any staff? Okay, with that, thank you very much. We will stand adjourned.